Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
Know your lane for what you saying, yo. Silly with my 9 milli with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While up in the club, like we while in the studio. You don't wanna vibe, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. Like a nigga that'll slap me with the tulio. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, nigga shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you shake it, make me wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no delay for what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than years with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide. On the count ball.
Didn't really come as a surprise to me, given the fact that he, unusually enough, he was convicted of violations of the racketeering statute, what we commonly call the RICO statute, which carries enormous penalties. So it was no surprise to me.
So, Paul, as you pointed out, prosecutors were asking for 25 years. The judge issued a higher sentence than that. Why do you think that the prosecution didn't ask for a higher sentence, considering what you said? And how often does that happen, that the judge exceeds the prosecution's recommendations?
It does happen fairly frequently. You have to remember that judges sit there through the entire trial. They are, except for ruling on objections to evidence, they form their own impressions of the evidence, of the witnesses. They're staring at the defendants, and judges do have, even in the federal courts, much more so in the state courts, judges do have discretion to exceed what we call the sentencing guidelines. And this particular judge is not known as a harsh sentencer, but she's a very attentive judge. And she must have formed some very distinct reactions to Mr. Kelly's demeanor, his constant substitution of lawyers. I think that tended to cut against him. But again, the basic principle would be that she, the judge in the Kelly case, was applying that driving force of the racketeering statute, which was not an element in Ms. Maxwell's sentencing yesterday.
Well, Kelly has replaced his legal team since he was convicted. He is now represented by the same attorney who helped get Bill Cosby's conviction overturned. What does that suggest, Paul, about his strategy?
Well, his strategy seems to be all over the place. If you look at the docket sheet, which is publicly available, Kelly has substituted attorneys with great frequency. He has a right to do that. He did it. Certainly, if he believes that by bringing in new lawyers at this late date, just before the sentencing, he's throwing a Hail Mary pass, because the record is already set. The sentencing memoranda of both sides were already submitted, and the judge had probably already made her decision. Certainly, Kelly is going to appeal. Certainly, Ms. Maxwell will appeal. But the unfortunate part for both of them is that convictions in federal court are very infrequently reversed.
And speaking of federal court, Paul, Kelly is facing a separate federal trial in Chicago for child pornography and obstruction charges there. Now, that is expected to start in August. Is today's sentencing going to impact that trial at all?
It's an open question to me, quite frankly, Tanya, and I don't want to get overly technical. Kelly was acquitted by a state court on the charges for which he is now going to be tried in the federal court in Illinois. So, number one, I would have the issue as his lawyer of whether or not he was facing double jeopardy, in effect being tried twice for the same offense. And it may well be that given the sentence here in New York against Kelly, the proceeding in federal court in Illinois, in Chicago, may well disappear. I'm not making that prediction, but that does often happen.
Interesting.
Back on the situation here in New York, does R. Kelly have a route for an appeal? Do you see a basis for that, given the facts of the case?
Well, he actually has. I'll put aside the pornographic element of all of this, which is horrendous. But as a technical matter, and I don't want to, hack in the weeds, I think he may have a stronger basis for an appeal of the racketeering conviction, because essential to establishing a racketeering conviction are a few elements. But in order to do that, you as the government have to show that the victim was damaged in his or her business or property. And it seems to me from the start, a glaring omission here has been the lack of an impact. Well, I don't doubt the suffering of these young women and now grown women, but significantly omitted from the proof was what were the money damages sustained by the victims. And Kelly may have a fairly strong argument along those lines, in which case the substance wouldn't be reversed, but the case might well be sent back for the government to have another try at establishing that critical element of loss of monetary or financial loss.
All right, Paul Batista, if you could stand by for one moment. We also want to bring in CBS News national correspondent Jerika Duncan, who is outside the courthouse with more on this. Hi, Jerika. Can you give us some color on what happened?
Hello, everybody. Did you just hear what he just said, y'all? Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry, I was in the background doing other things, so I figured I'd start off this way. This gentleman over here says that he can see that maybe they could acquit him of the racketeering because they need to show more proof as to an element to where were the damages to the young ladies? Was there property damage? Things of that nature, he was saying, right? Money, loss of money, and things like that. So he's saying that maybe he might have a good chance on maybe a new trial or an acquittal in the racketeering. But when it comes to Chicago, the evidence is horrendous against him. I'm on live. Hold on. Sorry about that, guys. So, hello to everyone in the building. OCOV, what's up, family? Hey, Tombella, T-Bam, Nanya, what's up, baby? Aisha, Samara, what's up? Hello, Mom. Hi, Just the T. What's up, Cat? What's up, Cat? Samara, Mom Life, what's up, baby? Honey Bunny, what's up, honey? April Showers, what's up, Miss Showers? How you feeling today? T-Baby 42, what's up, my loca? Sharice, what's up, mama love? All right. Classy J, what's up, baby? Hey, T-Bam. All right. Damien, what's up, papi? Hello, Sonia. What's up, Jacqueline? What's up, His Lordship? What's up, baby? Hello, everyone in the building. So, I'm going to continue to play this. I'll be back.
Has been the lack of an impact. Well, I don't doubt the suffering of these young women and now grown women, but significantly omitted from the proof was what were the money damages sustained by the victims. And Kelly may have a fairly strong argument along those lines, in which case the substance wouldn't be reversed, but the case might well be sent back for the government to have another try at establishing that critical element of loss of monetary or financial loss.
All right, Paul Batista, if you could stand by for one moment. We also want to bring in CBS News national correspondent Jerika Duncan, who is outside the courthouse with more on this. Hi, Jerika. Can you give us some color on what happened today inside the courthouse when the sentencing was read?
Well, we were possibly expecting to hear from R. Kelly, but in the end, his attorney said that her client would not be giving any statements, as you guys have just mentioned, those pending cases. But the judge started off by simply saying that the sentencing of another human being was probably the hardest thing that a judge has to do, but laid out what this sentencing was supposed to reflect. The sentence, she said, must reflect the seriousness of the crime, the act as a deterrent, and protect the public from future crimes. She mentioned a number of other things, but at the end, as you just mentioned, of course, if you're just joining us, R. Kelly sentenced to 30 years in prison. The federal prosecutors were asking for an excess of 25 years, so they got what they were looking for. Meanwhile, his defense team was hoping somewhere in the range of 10 years because they felt as though the punishment did not fit the crimes that he was convicted of. Again, we're hoping to hear from some of the victims who were inside today. We know that federal prosecutors are expected to come out and address the media. Something that I thought was very interesting, because we have heard from some of these victims before during the actual testimony. 45 witnesses were called at that time back in September during that 6-week trial. But what I thought was interesting was Faith Rogers, who we first actually interviewed a couple of years ago, and said that she got an STD and unknowingly from R. Kelly when she was 19 years old, went up before the court and talked directly to R. Kelly, talked about what he did to her. But then her father wanted to address him and said, literally, I want you to look at me man to man, father to father. And he talked about his own experience as a father being abused as a young child, and empathized with R. Kelly, and basically said, you know, we could come here today and be angry and upset, but we forgive you. We have compassion for you, and we believe that there is forgiveness in all of this if you admit to what you did. But as you heard earlier, as I was listening to you all speaking to the attorney, R. Kelly did not admit any wrongdoing. He had nothing to say to the numerous victims today who gave victim impact statements. But again, the judge saying that this was not a case about sex, but that it was about violence, cruelty, and control.
Jerika, I'm wondering, and you touched on it there just a moment ago, but what was it like inside that courtroom as that sentence was read? It's such an emotional time for these survivors. There has been so much emotion leading up to this moment. What is it that the reaction was throughout that courtroom as that sentence was read?
You know, I didn't hear any of the people who testified before, and honestly, I was in the overflow room, so I couldn't get a good look at what, if any, there was an emotional reaction or anything. I didn't hear any sighs of relief or anyone say anything. But I think, without a doubt, having spoken to many of these women before, there is a sense of relief and finality at these sentencings. Obviously, it first happens when the person accused of these crimes is actually convicted, and that happened last year. But now here we are facing the day of sentencing, where these victims or survivors, if you will, get a chance to directly address the person that they say destroyed their lives and change the outcome of what they could have been, what they wanted to be, because of this man that they believe took advantage of them. So just to hear the emotion from them, it was intense. And again, I don't think any of us were expecting to hear from the father of somebody who was abused by R. Kelly.
Sure. Paul, if you're still there, I'm wondering if you could comment on what we just heard from Jerika, that, you know, R. Kelly showed no remorse. He had nothing to say to the victims or the family of the victims. I mean, how can that factor into, number one, the chance of an appeal, as we were discussing earlier? And number two, you know, any sort of early, obviously he has a long prison, term ahead of him, any sort of early release from prison?
This is a fascinating case study. I think that Ms. Maxwell's admission of guilt and remorse before she was actually sentenced may have alleviated her sentence to some degree. It was, in a way, an act of courage in a lifetime, and I'm speaking about Ms. Maxwell, that didn't demonstrate a lot of courage. That may have been helpful to her. Kelly's response doesn't surprise me, given the nature of the evidence that shows he was a man who was accustomed to brutality, accustomed to giving commands, and he was not going to, in his view, in his macho worldview, he wasn't going to grovel in front of a federal judge to get a lesser sentence. Had he shown some remorse? Had he looked the victims in the eye and shown some remorse? He may have gotten a 25-year sentence as opposed to a 30-year sentence. And also, in terms of appeal, it's a very, very difficult question. If you have a client at sentencing who says, in effect, I did the crime, that really almost negates any chance he has or she has of a reversal on appeal. It's a very complicated question.
You know, Paul, I'm wondering as well, when you look at these two cases, as we're talking about, what does this potentially sort of, what message does this send to those survivors of abuse, of sex trafficking? Because we have covered, and Jerika has covered extensively, how so many times people who survive this kind of abuse are simply not believed, and how that weighs on them in even coming forward to authorities. We know there's a lag between the time that sometimes crimes occur and that the people who survive are able to come forward. Sort of taken together now, the way that these cases have played out, what's your sense about the message that sends regarding how our judicial system views these cases and these survivors?
Well, certainly, both of these cases, I think, brilliantly demonstrate that the law is very capable of reaching back long distances to try to remedy these wrongs. It also illustrates to me that the persistence of the ladies or other victims, there could be male victims, over a course of, in several of these cases, 20 years, 2 decades, the persistence can result in obtaining justice. So the message is going to be, as difficult as it might be to finally come forward. The statutes of limitation have been broadened. You will have your chance to have justice done, to confront your abuser and try to seek justice and balance. So I think both of these cases send very strong messages to victims who may have been silenced by fear of recriminations, by fear that they won't be believed, shame. I think these are both very strong and compelling cases for victims to show strength and come forward after many, many years.
Right, and against high-powered individuals. Well, Paul Bautista, Jerika Duncan, thanks to both of you for joining us again. We want to recap for our viewers. R. Kelly has been sentenced to 30 years in prison. He's also facing more charges in August. We are waiting to potentially hear from some of the victims. If that happens, we will bring those comments to you live. For now, we're going to take a quick break. More news is next on CBS News.
An original documentary.
All right. Do I sound loud and clear, guys? Or do I sound like I'm far away? Do I sound good? Clear? I want to know, because the last few times I noticed, I guess I was too close to my microphone, so it sounded kind of muffled. So how's everybody's 4th of July? What are we all doing? I see people are out here eating. What's up, James? What's up, Candy? What's up, Tasha? What's up, Tears? Hey, Triple L. What's up, everybody? Just walked into the building. What's up? Hey, Jennifer. All right, I sound good? Okay. I want to make sure, because I'm far away from the mic. I'm not too close to it. All right, guys. Be safe while you guys are out there. So, as we know, R. Kelly has been sentenced to 30 years. And there has been a fight going on with R. Kelly and the MDC, the BOP, the Bureau of Prisons, because they put him on automatic suicide watch. And there was an article that came out today, and it states that the federal prosecutors are defending their decision to keep R. Kelly under suicide watch. He's suing the MDC in Brooklyn and its warden and unnamed employees, along with the United States itself, for placing him under suicide watch. He's saying that Ms. Bongine is arguing that he was placed on suicide watch as a form of punishment, even though he was not suicidal. So the attorneys for the prison, they're saying that R. Kelly's claims should be dismissed because he fails to show a substantial likelihood of success for relief. That's what's shown in the court documents. and that the prison plans to keep R. Kelly under suicide watch because he matches the criteria to be put under supervision, according to the court documents. Now, the government is arguing that he is asking the courts to micromanage custodial decisions that are left up to the discretion of expert prison managers. So, since he returned back to the prison, he's seen a doctor from the prison psychology department once a day to determine whether he should remain under suicide watch. And the court documents show this. And he is allowed to meet with his legal team while under suicide watch. Now, on Friday, Ms. Bonjean said that she believed that R. Kelly had been fearful of being put on suicide watch. He didn't want to be put on suicide watch. That the irony of putting someone on suicide watch when they're not suicidal is it actually causes more harm. Ms. Bonjean had said that. Now, Bonjean earlier also said that she was told by prosecutors who spoke with prison officials that Kelly was placed on suicide watch because he is well known. Now, it's punishment for being high profile, and it's horrifying, frankly, Ms. Bonjean said. To put someone under suicide watch under those conditions is cruel and unusual when they don't need it. Now, we all know that he was convicted in September on 9 counts, 1 charge of racketeering, and 8 counts of violations of the Mann Act, a sex trafficking law. So, prosecutors from the Eastern District of New York, they accused R. Kelly of using his status as a celebrity and a network of people at his disposal to target girls, boys, and young women for his own sexual gratification. That was the whole case. Now, the trial lasted 5 weeks, and it included testimony from witnesses who said they were sexually and physically abused by him. There was also people involved with orchestrating his marriage to Aaliyah, right? And that she believed that, she may have gotten pregnant. Now, we all know that Kelly's scheduled to stand trial in Illinois in August on the federal child pornography and obstruction of justice charges. And he will be transferred to the custody of the Northern District of Illinois. We don't know when, but it should be soon, I gather. Right now, I guess he's going through what he's going through with suing the MDC. So I guess he has to remain in New York in the meantime, right? So now, I found this article, and it says, how will R. Kelly's sentence impact other trials? Now, it says that R. Kelly could be in his 80s before he is free again, based on his 30-year prison sentence, which was imposed on him this week. And if the 55-year-old loses at 3 related trials in coming months, he could be staring at decades more behind bars. Now, that prospect said one of his lawyers, not involved in the New York trial, could lead Kelly to pursue a plea deal. Here's a look at the potential impact on Kelly's lengthy prison term in New York on those other cases. What is the status of the cases? A federal trial in Chicago is slated to begin next on August 15th. Now, Chicago is R. Kelly's hometown, where many of his accusers live. So, interest is expected to be especially intense. Now, Kelly faces charges that he and 2 co-defendants, as we know, June and Daryl, fixed his state child pornography trial in 2008 when he was acquitted. The other 2 cases are state cases and a multiple count sex abuse case in Cook County, Illinois, where Chicago is located, and a solicitation case in Hennepin County, Minnesota. Both have been on back burners while the federal cases play out. There's no trial dates that are set for either one of these cases. So, what are the chances that R. Kelly pursues a plea deal? Right? Now, the chances are greater after the sentence handed down in New York. And this is what Steven Greenberg has said. He says, I suspect that there have been discussions between Kelly's federal trial team lawyers and prosecutors, Greenberg said. A message seeking comment from Kelly's lead attorney in his federal cases, Jennifer Bonjean, was not immediately returned. She said earlier that Kelly would appeal his New York convictions. Now, Kelly must weigh the likelihood of winning the Chicago federal case against agreeing to a deal that includes more prison time, Greenberg said. But Greenberg believes the cases against Kelly in Cook County and in Minnesota are far weaker, and that Kelly could secure acquittals in those state court cases. So Greenberg pretty much thinks that R. Kelly should take a plea deal for his Chicago federal case. That would be the best thing for him to do, because if he loses, he's done. So if he cops to a plea to the federal charges in Chicago, he'll still be added more time, but it won't be as bad if he loses his case. Because he's really looking at life after that, right? But Greenberg feels that the state cases are weak. They could go away, they could dismiss them, he could get acquitted on them. This is how he feels. Now, question would be, would another sentence be added to the New York sentence? So if Kelly is convicted in the United States District Court in Chicago, his judge could order that Kelly serve that sentence after his New York sentence is complete.
Wow, one fucking shot.
And this is what another lawyer, a former federal prosecutor, has stated. Now, the former prosecutor says that he expected prosecutors would ask for such a consecutive sentence, but that a judge would most likely impose a concurrent sentence, meaning they would be served simultaneously, which we know that he has 30 years right now that will be running concurrent in New York. He's got 30 years. So if he gets 30 years there and then he gets 40 years over here, he's got to do a whole 30 and 40, 70 years concurrent. So the next question would be, would prosecutors be open to a plea deal? They could be. If R. Kelly agrees to take responsibility for the crimes charged, Kelly's attorneys likely would not agree to anything that involves the possibility of extending the 30-year sentence and would only sign a deal that foresees sentences lower than 30 years. So they would also want assurances that prosecutors won't press for consecutive sentences. Now, the ex-prosecutor is saying that the advantage to R. Kelly of a deal ending the prospect of more trials is that his attorneys would be able to turn their full attention to the New York appeal. Now, Greenberg said there was reason to think that Kelly could prevail with that appeal. And the former prosecutor says it was a long shot. He's like, that's a long shot. Greenberg saying he could win, and the other guy is saying that's a long shot. But if that sentence is thrown out, the former prosecutor said that Kelly would be looking at completing what his lawyers would hope are lower sentences in the other districts. So if he got that thrown out, he still has to look forward to doing the rest of his other sentences if he's convicted. So they would just have to hope and pray that, being if he does take a plea, they're going to try to plea of a lower charge, a lower sentencing. Now, Could prosecutors decide to simply drop the other cases? Chances of that seem slim. Now, former prosecutor Turner says that the typical mindset in the United States Attorney's Office is to remain persistent and aggressive. And that attitude has been particularly pronounced when it comes to R. Kelly. They want this guy badly, Turner said. The United States Attorney's Office also effectively have unlimited resources. So the cost and time needed for a trial won't dissuade them. Turner also said he thought that it was more likely that the state cases could be dropped, especially if Kelly is convicted in federal court in Chicago and receives additional prison time. Their resources are much more limited. They would be spending money they don't have, he said. They have murders and serious crimes to prosecute. They may ask, why spend money and time on Kelly when he is already facing decades behind bars? So what do you guys think about that? Huh? Interesting. So the next question would be, what else could drive decisions to push ahead with other trials? Now, the possibility that the New York convictions could be overturned is one factor. Kelly could go free immediately if state prosecutors and federal prosecutors in Chicago choose to drop their cases and the New York convictions were overturned. Now, prosecutors in the different districts may all see winning convictions and sentences as insurance that Kelly would stay behind bars, even if an appeals court ended up tossing some convictions, even if. Now, is there any reason for Kelly to plead guilty with no deal? Pleading guilty to the remaining charges would mean no more trials. It would lower Kelly's legal bills, which at times he has struggled to pay. But Kelly would have no assurance that prosecutors would seek the toughest possible sentences. Still, he could hold out hope that by pleading guilty and accepting responsibility, judges would be more inclined to hand him sentences on the lower end of the guidelines. So if R. Kelly decides to admit guilt and say, listen, I don't even want to go to court anymore, I'm done with this shit, just give me my 30 years, I'll take whatever and we'll appeal it later, take some responsibility, apologize to these women and everyone that you hurt for many, many years, I think that would be the best thing for him. I think it would. I mean, he's got 30 years here. Take a plea there. Take a plea there. Because he's got the 2-state. They might just say, okay, well, we'll just drop those cases. Maybe. I don't know. I think they might even do overkill. What do you guys think? Let me see what's going around. Let me go to the front of the screen here now. What is going on with you guys? Oh, hey, Miss Empowered Esquire. What's up, baby? Hey, The Truth. What's up, Tech God Kelly? Hello, everybody who just woke up in the building. Miss Married, hello. Welcome, welcome again. Welcome back. Who else we got in the building? Let's see what you guys are saying. What's up, Tears? What's up, baby? Okay, let's see here. All right. Tears says, wanna sue because he wants to kill himself. We need him for Chicago. Yes, we do. So we know he's not. I honestly don't think he's suicidal. Because if he was, he would have already tried. You know what I mean? He's already been locked down already for 3 years. Like, you know what I mean? Since 2019. We're in 2022. July of 2019, 20, 21, 22. He's been locked down for 3 years already. As of the 19th of July, it'll make 3 years. If he was going to kill himself, he would have done it already. He has hope. He really thinks that he can win this. He's a true narcissist of the fullest extent of the word. He's the grandiose of narcissism. So for him to take a plea, it's going to be because his lawyers begged him. It's going to be because Bonjean said, listen, if you don't listen to me, you're going to end up dying in jail, my man. Okay? So let me know if you want to die in jail, because that's what's going to happen. So just cop the plea to this shit. I'll try to get you like 15 years, 10 years. You'll have to do 40 in the meantime until we wait for your appeal. That'll be another 2 years. But all these years that are adding up, they'll eventually take it off as time served. R. Kelly doesn't want to listen to his lawyers. He thinks he's always right. He can't be doing no wrong. He wears a mask all day long. Diva, but they do that ordinarily, don't they? Once a sentence has been passed. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Especially if you're a sex offender or a high profile person, or a murderer or things of that nature that you know you're going to do a long, lengthy time. Yes, they do. They always give you, though, a psychoanalysis before that. They give you counseling. They see what's up in your mind. They talk to you with a psychiatrist and say, a psychologist sit there and write down notes and ask you questions. How's the day? How are you feeling today? What's the color of the sky? How are you feeling in your room? Are you talking to yourself? Do you hear voices? You know, things like that. Let's see. What else? Don't they do that because you're more likely to take your own life when you get a lot of years? Exactly what I just said. Exactly what I just said. If they didn't put him under suicide watch and something happened to him, everyone would blame the prosecution. Facts. You see, now that's where it's a tricky situation. Your client wants to be out of jail, but remember what happened with Jeffrey Epstein. It was in the not in the same facility, but it happened when he was in holding. And he didn't even get to go to trial yet. He was still in holding. He didn't even get convicted, and he killed himself. And look at the debacle that happened there. So they have to do that. It's protocol. It's mandatory that they did that. They didn't do it with Jeffrey Epstein because he wasn't really suicidal until he attempted it. And then they found out that he attempted to do it. And then they put him on the watch, and then they took him off too early. And then he wound up killing himself. Or someone killed him. Allegedly. So they have to be precautious that this doesn't happen again. Right. He was saying that was punishment. It's not punishment. It's for his own safety, as the government was explaining in the paperwork. It's for his own safety. Why a form of punishment when he'd been there for 3 years already? Exactly. It's just a form of safety. It's quite the contrary. Suicide watch gave you an extra protection. Right. Normal procedure. Exactly. James. What's up, James? His lordship. I don't know if I said hi to you guys already. James, right? Damn if you do, damn if you don't. I mean, really, you're right, T-Bam. They're afraid Kelly will be treated as bad as Ghislaine. Well, I mean, why piss off the COs and the inmates? I mean, why? He's been there already. How long? I mean, really? But they have to do it for procedures. I worked for the Illinois Department of Corrections. It's standard procedure after sentencing to place inmate on suicide watch. I'm baffled by this move. Right. That's what it is. Bojo's hoping something happens so she can continue to bombard the courts with motions deflecting the Chicago case. No one knows who is suicidal. You're absolutely right. You never know. I hope you're having a great... Oh, yes. Gasoline Maxwell had to sit knee to knee on the toilet with COs when use the bathroom. I mean, it is what it is. If they're watching him 24/7, they might save him from getting beat up. That too. That's the whole thing. They're trying to protect him. He's been convicted. He is now sentenced. He is officially a chomo. He is officially a chomo. Okay? Chomos get treated like dirt in there. You're lucky they keep you alive. It's not as bad as it used to be once upon a time. If you get on somebody's nerve, they might just kill you. But other than that, you're going to live, but they're going to treat you like dirt. They're going to bully you. They're going to rob you. Definitely. That's without a doubt. That's without a doubt. And the fake sisters. Like, go get a DNA test, then come back talking about que you're his sisters. Pissing the staff off could cause retaliation. Billie Jean has to keep it cool. You're absolutely right, too, Sharice. Word gets around, and, These COs like to whisper to niggas and go, yo, a little birdie just told me, look. And they'll go, word, geez, I'm concerned about his safety, right? You know, these people don't think. He trying to get some money to pay all those lawyers he keeps lying to. Oh, man. Tasha, that was funny. He does need to apologize. Good afternoon, my wonderful people. Hope everything's good. Good afternoon, honey. Please believe Chicago's ready. Yes, they are the truth. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. But isn't suicide watch standard procedure? My daughter said it doesn't matter. He's done. Okay, I'll be back. My daughter. Okay, baby. Tasha, that too could be planned. Billie Jean forgot standard protocol is just that. Now, R. Kelly, she was arguing that R. Kelly knew that would happen because it happened to him when he got convicted. And he didn't want to be in there again. So he knew that procedure was going to happen again. I guess they must have forewarned him or people told him, whatever, that, you know, it'll happen to you again when you get sentenced. So he already put it in his mind. He's not going to kill himself. He don't want to go into the shoe. He feels like he's good to be out in population. I don't believe Minnesota will happen. I agree with you, James. I definitely agree with you on that. The Chicago State, I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't think they're going to throw that out. I have a feeling Geronda Pace won't show up. That's what I feel. That's what I feel. But I agree with you, James. I don't believe Minnesota will happen. It's one girl, one charge. It's soliciting for prostitution. It's like, what is he going to do? 2 years for that? 5? Something like that. You know what I mean? James, Chicago State will happen. Yeah, I think Chicago State will happen. I do too. I agree with that, Sharice. I agree that Chicago State will happen. But I feel in my heart that Geronda Pace doesn't want to go through it again. She don't. You know, I watch her on Instagram and YouTube, and she seems very happy, very comfortable in her life. You know, she's got 6 children to worry about. You know, so, right? Or is it 5 children? No, I think it's, either 5 or 6 children she has to worry about, and her husband, you know, and she wants to put this all behind her. They all do. You know, they got to heal. They got to take time to heal. I thought if he took a deal, he can't appeal the Eastern District of New York case. Well, apparently that's not the case, mommy. That's not the case. Let's see. Yes, please hit the like button, guys. Don't forget, those who are in the building, take 2 seconds, jump out, hit the like button, come back in. Takes nothing but 2 seconds. He needs to just ask for a few years less, but I don't think he should do an entire appeal. If Kelly loses, it's a waste of time and money. You know what? You're absolutely right. It's money that he really doesn't have. He's only got but so much million coming to him that Sony is holding. He is collecting royalties. People are still playing his music. So as long as he still collects these royalties, he will be paying restitution, fines, fees, forever until it's paid off. And his lawyers. And the liens and the taxes he owes and all that stuff. He's got a lot. He's broke. Even though he got money, it's tied up. But he's broke. And now they're going to investigate his finances. They're really going to try to dig deep on him. And if they find other accounts in people's names and things of this nature, he's going down. Those accounts will be frozen and those people will be locked up. There goes more of your enterprise. Tasha, I'm going to text you location and time. Maybe you can. Oh, okay. Sharice, really? So Miss Empowered said it's not standard in federal cases. She said they do a mental eval. Yes, they do a mental. Like I said, they do a psychological test first. They do a psychological test, and they said in their psychological evaluation that he falls under all three factors. Okay, which I'm gonna read that now. The truth, and Tasha, you can always come to Jolette. Okay. How are you, Miss Esquire? What's going on, baby? We talking over here about the crazy R. Kelly case. You already know. So his team is crazy. I absolutely agree. Okay, take possibly true. I work at state prison. Okay. Z York didn't plead till it was too late. Really? Prosecution always willing to plead deal before all prosecution want to do is win. I don't know. That's just what she said because some asked her the other night. Candy, yes, LC in the state case is very strong. Yes, her case, in Chicago state case, LC's case is very strong. So is Geronda's. So is Rashonda. Remember, it's Rashonda, Lanita, Heather, and Geronda. It's those four. Lanita, Rashonda, Geronda, and Heather. Okay, let's see what else. Hey, Black Girl Beauty. What's up, mama? Okay. Kelly don't stand a chance against her. She have his DNA and he paid her off and she didn't go to the police. Who are you talking about didn't go to the police and have their DNA? Geronda? Geronda went to the police and so did Lanita. They both have police reports. Yes, they do. Just her. I don't know. JP. In my own opinion, JP and RL are getting justice through Fed trials. Yeah, they are. I agree with that too. So who knows? You know, that could it could be a possibility, guys. I see characters not helping him. No, it's not. Take says, James, she went to the cops and they blew her off the first time, but then another one went back or something like that. Yeah, she did it to both. She wound up giving stuff to the lawyers. You're talking about Geronda? Well, Anita Carter, they were like, listen, we need to believe you. We need to believe you that you were really here. We need some evidence, some proof. Tell me something about this room, his house, something that you know that's here. Please explain it to me right now. And she said, oh, there's a bottle of some protein pills or some shit like that. A big bottle sitting on the dresser next to the mirror in this room. And he said, okay, I'm going there right now. He went into that room, saw the dresser, looked. He said, yes, there is this bottle. You were definitely here. And they continued their search warrant to continue to search his house. And through that, they found that they put her garbage, her barber bag, with the stuff, her tools that she came with, her bag to do his hair, her products and everything in the garbage. First of all, they entered the home. The guy said she was never here. They don't know anything of her. Then they got the search warrant, went in there, found they couldn't find her bag because son of a bitches threw it in the garbage. But then once she described the room and what was in the room, they knew she was really there. They were able to continue the search. They went to the garbage and they found her items. Proof that she was really there, and they lied and they covered it up. See what I'm saying? So that case is very strong for the state case for Lanita Carter. That's her story, and she's sticking to it. And she got police evidence. And a lawyer to back up her story. Same thing with Sharonda Pace, because the forensics guy and the lawyer came to trial to defend Sharonda Pace. I don't think he will plead guilty or take a plea deal. He might be that cocky dumb. I honestly think he might be that cocky dumb. Where he been getting the money? Listen, Triple L. YouTube, Sony, and he released his new music under the name Rob. Remember? It's not R. Kelly. His new music is released under Rob. And he got that shit on the side. Something that I think Don Russell or somebody hooked up for him. Keith, one of them, something like that. I remember that too. That's why I said these federal prosecutors need to be on YouTube a lot. They need to be following every single one of these people in this sector, and they need to be watching what's going on in everybody's shit so they can see all of the corruption and the conspiracy theories all at the same time. Speaking only as a taxpayer, I wouldn't want my tax dollars spent on another trial. I agree, Miss April. I swear, all that stuff that was stolen by Don Russell was a setup to sell and funnel the money to him. Exactly, Keith. That is exactly what I was just saying. All that stuff, all his new music under the new name and title of the name Rob, under Some Brother Love, the what is that called, Mama? What was it called that even Miss Donnelly was saying in court about interpersonal property, intellectual property, selling all that stuff, his masters, trying to get his masters sold, all of that. It's all trying to get money for R. Kelly, for his defense, for him to have money. He's got no money. He's really, really broke. He's got money, but he ain't got money. You understand? His assets are frozen. There are liens on his money. That's why Sylvia and her get-along gang was so eager to help him with money. But being that she knows that that money is going to go for restitution for the girls, she's like, fuck it, I'll just send them crayons and coloring books then. Yeah, no. It's too late to plead deal. He got 30 years. He got nothing to lose from now on. Sharice, you're right. He's probably going to insist on his innocence for the sake of image, etc. Yes, Miss Esquire, I agree too. I agree. He is too narcissistic for all that. His ego is so big. It's crazy. I think he loses the right to an appeal if he takes a deal and Bone Jean is hell bent on his appeal. It's kind of low when I'm not connected to my car. Okay, so my sound. Take exactly what I thought. And Keith. Keith's the money man. Tupac, I agree. Too many victims and lives ruined by this man, behind this man. Give him what he deserves. It's overkill. So be it. Diva and Blade looked at your video about 10 times, saying, I know them ladies and they ain't scared. Yo, I want to show y'all another angle of that video. Let me see if I can show you another angle of that video. Hold up. Let me see if I can do this. Speaking of that, let's just laugh for a moment. Hold on. Let me see if I can get in here. Okay, here we go. Where is, how do I do this shit? Espérate. Okay, let me. Let me see. Where was it? Go here, maybe. Espérate. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna find the video. Hold on. Okay, I think I have to go in here, right? Go in the group. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to look for the video. Oh my God. Yo. I'll tell you, this group is hilarious. I love you guys in this group. All right, hold on. Let me rewind there. Can I extend it? How do I enlarge it like that? Oh, okay. Hold on. Enter full screen. Okay. Wait, I gotta do this first. Hold on. Wait, do this first. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Okay. I don't know if I have to go on mute.
He's recording himself. He recording himself. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at him. Be mad at him for recording himself. Be mad at him. You shut the fuck up. Be mad at him. Mind your fucking business, bitch. It's okay. Mind your fucking business. Because you love it anyway, yo. Flat. Yeah. You talk on the camera. You look out and talking shit about him. All in the name of fucking bitch. I'm here now. You want to make fun of I'm here now. You've been online attacking victims, Sylvia. And children. Sylvia, you've been online attacking all the victims. Don't play cool now.
Ma'am, can I ask you to tell us what's going on here?
He's recording himself. He recording himself. Don't be mad at me. Be mad at him. Be mad at him for recording himself. Be mad at him. You shut the fuck up. Be mad at him. Mind your fucking business, bitch. It's okay. Mind your fucking business. Because you love it anyway, yo. Flat. Yeah. You talk on the camera. You look out and talking shit about him. All in the name of fucking bitch. I'm here now. You want to make fun of I'm here now. You've been online attacking victims, Sylvia. And children. Sylvia, you've been online attacking all the victims. Don't play cool now.
Ma'am, can I ask you to tell us what's going on here?
There was another angle. Somebody had posted this up on TikTok. Somebody posted this shit up on TikTok. Hold on.
Pictures, videos.
But you guys enjoying this. But they enjoying this.
You know they don't care, right? You guys know the cameras don't care. They just you guys know videos, pictures, videos.
But you guys enjoying this. But they enjoying this.
You know they don't care, right? You guys know the cameras don't care. They just you guys know videos.
You see what it says? Y'all see what it says there? Somebody had posted this on TikTok and put disclaimer alert. Argument with two Hispanic ladies and R. Kelly's sister and family member. What? Y'all hear me? Ah, man. That was funny. That was funny. Oh, man. All right, now. Let me do this. Okay. Hey, give me 1 second. You all right, baby? Hi, honey. All right. I'm Hispanic. Who's going to tell my black sis I ain't black, right? Sly wish she was family. That's right, baby. She looked tired, not tired, but tired. What's with the plastic bag? That ain't his sister, though, family. Why does it matter if you guys... You understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm so over that shit already. Like, I don't... I'm scared to say 30. I don't want to end up... That's right. We don't allow victim bashing. Damn right. Damn rape apologists with high blood pressure, no ankles. Okay? Angela, that was girl. Listen, because this guy was antagonizing the girls when they came out to make statements with the prosecutors and stuff. So this one guy kept being a fool, and then he said some stuff to Faith, and then me and Blade got in the middle of that. Blade said whatever to him. Then I started saying whatever to him. We started both arguing with the one dude. And then the sister, the god sister, came in, started talking shit. So now me and her started going at it. So now I'm going at it with the lady Alexis, and Blade was going at it with the dude. So we're both arguing with the different people at the same time. And then in that instant, Sylvia walks by and says some shit to the dude. And then the dude was like, right? Yeah, right. And I was like, Sylvia, mind your fucking business, bitch. Nobody's fucking talking to you. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking lucky I don't fucking slap the shit out of you. Just for my daughter. You're fucking lucky. You're lucky I can't slap you right now. I can't. I'm going to jail, and I don't want to go to jail for your funky ass, bitch. Yeah, no. So that's what that was about, mommy. That's what that was about, Angela. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Oh, what we eating? Ribs, chicken, hamburger, hot dogs, potatoes, potato salad. Ooh, pasta salad. Ooh, beans, and ooh. Hey, happy birthday. Happy birthday to your grandson, Robin. Give him big hugs and kisses for me. He's 19, but give him hugs and kisses. Tell him it's from Titi Diva. Clarence, what's up? Just read Blacks love throwing race and losing arguments. It's weird. Okay. Her elders taught her that black is bad and or ugly. It's always a shame. I know the type. So weird. I'm not with none of that racist shit. But don't speak too loudly because the universe might summon him. We are having a decent life. Oh, no. No, we no. You gonna finish up? Yes, baby. Yes, baby. I can't wait, baby. You gonna go live that day? You gonna go live? You gonna be there, Tasha? Tasha, you gonna be there with her? I hope you guys are together. That would be awesome. Yes, that would be awesome. Boy, you need to lay hands on them and heal them. Okay. Just be, I only serve the females. I heal their mind, body, and spirits, but most of the body. Fucking fat boy. You should know the difference between race and ethnicity, but that's a different subject. You're absolutely right. Girl, I love you, Just be. I can't stand that either. It's retarded. It's the weirdest shit. Yes, sis. I love you. Yo, mira, truth. If you want a t-shirt like mine, let me know. If you and Tasha, we got to get together with Queen. I'll tell Queen to make you guys both a shirt. You heard? If y'all want to go with the shirts, let me know. Hit me up, mommy. You have my number. Hit me up and I'll give you Queen's information. Queen Newton. Okay. I love you too, Mama. Definitely get them shirts here. All right, so you got to have them made now so they could get to you before his trial. I paid $20 for the t-shirt. So I paid $20 for the t-shirt. All right. I gotta get with you and Queen. Queen Newton, are you in the building, mommy? You here? Queen Newton, get with the truth. Try to get with the truth of the chat. The truth, are you in the chat? Are you in the Facebook chat? I think you are. I don't even know. There's a bunch of us in this. I don't know. I think you are. I'm not even sure. Exactly. OCOV. OCOV. One voice, one color. One color, one voice. OCOV. One color, one voice. OCOV. I'll hop in tonight, Diva. All right, yeah, definitely. Get in touch with Queen. You know her Facebook handle, right? Is Linda. So if you see in the group chat, you see Linda, that's her. I'm not gonna say her last name, but all right. So if you see Linda in the group, she's in there. So you could communicate with her. All right, baby? Okay. All right, guys. So I just want to kind of go through a little bit of the documents that have come out as far as this complaint from Bonjean and R. Kelly to the United States of America and the Bureau of Prisons. All right. Oh, I forgot to take the thing off. I'm sorry. Okay, Mama. Hey, Miss Esquire. You hanging out? You hanging out? You want to come on the panel, babe? Or you just hanging out in the chat? Let me know. Let me know, Miss Empire. Miss Esquire. I said Miss Empired. Miss Esquire. Mommy. Let me know. I'll drop the link for you if you want to come and hang out. Let me know, Mama, before I start reading and go behind the scene. Unless you want to just hear me read it. You know I always need you, baby. You know I always need you, Miss Esquire. Stop. You know I need you, girl. Other than that, you know, I pretty much get it, you know, but you always got to correct me where I'm wrong. You know that. I'm going to drop the link for you right now, Mama. Ooh, I'm so excited. My girl's able to hang out with me for a few. Okay. All right, lady. I just dropped it for you, baby. So I'm going to. All right. Okay, Truth. See you later, my love. We're going to have to. Listen, guys, we're going to have to make sure we have bail money. All right. Just in case. Just in case. We may need bail money. You know. Me and Blade were good. We were good. We were good. We walked away. We said what we needed to say. And we walked away while we were saying it. So we could just walk away. We did not want to go to jail for no goddamn fools. Okay? But if a bitch would have pressed us and tried to think she was gonna be up in our face, like that's not happening. Especially not with me. I can't. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I'm japping a bitch. So. Mm-hmm. All right, Miss Esquire's coming. My lady's coming. All right. So in the meantime, until I hear the boop. All right. So what we got here is the judgment. Okay, in R. Kelly's criminal case. As we know, he was found guilty on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and the defendant is adjudicated guilty of these offenses. Title and sections. Title 18's sections 1962C and 1963, which is the racketeering offense. Count 1, Title 18, United States 2421A, which is the Mann Act Transportation for Jane Doe 5. That's count 2. The defendant is sentenced as provided. Hey, lovely lady, what's up?
Hello. Y'all have to excuse me. I've had a very relaxing day, so I got my relaxation voice on, and I'm zen today.
Okay, that's cool. That's what we need. We need Zen. We need Zen Esquire. It's the 4th of July. So I was just reading out his judgment. So that's what we got going on here on the screen. And it says that the defendant is sentenced as provided in pages 2 through 8 of this judgment. The sentence is imposed pursuant to the Sentencing Reform Act of 1984. And it is ordered that the defendant must notify the United States Attorney for this district within 30 days of any change of name, residence, or mailing address until all fines, restitution, costs, and special assessments imposed by the judgment are fully paid. So if there's any change, he has to always let them know if there's any type of change. Up until the point where all his judgifications are all paid up. All his judgments are paid up. So also additional counts. He was convicted of 2422A with Mann Act coercion enticement for Jane Doe 5. Count 3. 2422B, Mann Act coercion of minor, Jane Doe 5. Count 4. 2423A, Mann Act transportation minor of Jane Doe 5. Count 5. 2421A, Mann Act transportation Jane Doe 6. Count 6. And 2422A, Mann Act coercion and enticement Jane Doe 6, number 7. And 2421A, Mann Act transportation Jane Doe number 6, count 8. And then the 2422A, Mann Act coercion and enticement Jane Doe number 6, count number 9. So the defendant is hereby committed to the custody of the Federal Bureau of Prisons to be imprisoned for a total term of 360 months on count 1, 10 years on counts 2, 6, and 8, 20 years on counts 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9, and all counts are to run concurrently. So that's how they got the number 30, guys, because I was confused. I didn't understand this. Like, this sentencing stuff was weird. I was like, oh my God, he got 360 months. On top of that, he got 10 years. And then 2020, I was like, he got like 100 and something years. And the lady was like, no, honey, it's 30 years concurrent. So can you explain this to us, Ms. Esquire?
Absolutely. So I think early on in the case, we might have discussed this briefly, but we talked about concurrent versus consecutive. Right. So consecutive is when a defendant has to serve the sentence for certain counts one after the other. So if this were consecutive, right, he'd have to do the 360 months, then the 10 years, then the 20 years.
Right.
If it was consecutive, but concurrent means that all of these sentences are running at the same time, meaning he's serving all of these sentences at the same time.
Okay. So, all right. So my thing is that because they gave him 30 years, right? So it says 360 months on count 1. But how did they get to 30 years? Because it says 10 years on these counts and then 20 years on these counts. They grouped it. Miss Esquire?
Uh-oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now.
I don't know what happened. I can't hear you for some reason, so I'm going to be right back. I'm going to leave and come back.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. I don't know what happened. Okay. All right. She'll be back to answer that so we can kind of like get an understanding of exactly how they calculated it. You know what I mean? So I'll wait for her to come back. Thank you so much, Miss Esquire. Okay, there she goes. Okay, you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you all now. So the reason that it's being referred to as 30 years is because, and mind you, I'm not a mathematician here, but I believe that 360 months is about 30 years, right? And then the maximum that he could serve under the other counts would be about 30 years because it's 20 and 10. So when you consider that everything is running concurrently, 30 years is really the maximum that he's going to serve. So that's why
it's kind of like you get like the medium number.
Exactly, because the 360 months is 30 years, which means the most he's going to serve is 30 years because all of these sentences are running together. They're all happening at the same time.
Okay, got you. Because I was crazy. I was like, okay, so it's 10 years for 2, 10 years for 6, 10 years for 8. I was like, all right, so that's 30. And then we got the other 5. That's 130 years. That's what I got out of it.
Right. Which, I mean, that is not applicable to this instance. In this instance, it's concurrent, which means you pretty much take the highest number and you know medium, that's the number that they're serving, right? Because it's happening all at the same time.
Right. That's why I was like, when I came out, I was like, oh my God, guys, I titled it 130 years. And the news lady corrected me. And she was like, no, it's 360 months. It's 30 years. It's concurrent. I was like, oh, okay. Thank you. I was like, correction, guys. Sorry about that. So he's now serving 30 years. And he will get a supervised release of 5 years. You know, he'll be 85. And then he comes out to serve 5 years for supervision. And it says that he must cooperate in the collection of DNA as directed by the probation officer. Now, Ms. Esquire, why would they want his DNA? Didn't they do that already in the beginning?
So they probably already have the DNA, but they need him to understand that they can continue to request it, you know, because things could happen. They could change systems. They could lose it. They could just want to update their system. You never know. So they just have to let him know that he's continuously responsible for providing it in the event that they ask for it again.
Right. Okay. As a condition of release.
Right.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. So I get it. So that his DNA will always be in the database.
Exactly. They will always have his DNA. And quite frankly, when it comes to recidivism, so when it comes to persons who are released Persons that are being charged with this type of offense, or rather I should say convicted of this type of offense, they tend to do it again. Because as we've discussed, it's a behavior, it's a sickness, some would say. So it's even more important in these cases for them to let him know, hey, if you ever are released, we may probably want your DNA again, so that if you do something more recent and we want to charge you, we don't have, Bonjean saying that we're using DNA from 2005. We have recent DNA to use, right, in the event that we release you and you do something again.
Right. So it will always be updated in the system if necessary. That's good. That's good. Right. Because if there was a rape committed 2 blocks from where he's at, they want to make sure it wasn't him.
Right. And they want to make sure they have good DNA to use. And as I said, don't have a defense attorney arguing that you're trying to convict my client off of this old DNA sample.
Right. Right. So now they're going to talk about the standard conditions of his supervision. He must report to the probation office in the federal district where you are authorized to reside within 72 hours of your release from imprisonment. Damn. So within 3 days, he got to get in touch with his parole officer. Unless the probation officer instructs you to report a different probation officer or within a different time frame. Also, after initially reporting to the probation officer, you'll receive instructions from the court or probation officer about how or when you must report to the probation officer. 3, you must not knowingly leave the federal judicial district. I can't even say that word. Where you are authorized to reside without first getting permission from the court probation officer. You must answer truthfully the questions asked by your probation officer. Good luck with that. You must live at a place approved by the probation officer. Also, they got to approve where he living too? Wow. If you plan to change where you live or anything about, your living arrangements, such as the people you live with, you must notify the probation officer at least 10 days before the change. If notifying the officer in advance is not possible due to unanticipated circumstances, you must notify the probation officer within 72 hours. You must allow the probation officer to visit you at any time at your home or elsewhere, and you must permit the probation officer to take any items prohibited by the conditions of your supervision that he or she observes in plain view. Oh, so if they see something like a porn magazine or something, they're going to take it from them. You must work full time, at least 30 hours per week. Oh, so he got to go get a regular job at the age of 80? At a lawful type of employment, unless the probation officer excuses you from doing so, which I'm pretty sure they would by that time. You must not communicate or interact with someone you know and engaged in criminal activity. If you know someone who has been convicted of a felony, you must not knowingly communicate or interact with them. And you have to get permission for that as well. And if you are arrested or questioned by law enforcement officers, you must notify the probation officer within 72 hours. You must not own, possess, or have access to firearm, ammunition, destructive devices, or dangerous weapons. You must not act or make any agreement with a law enforcement agency to act as a confidential human source or informant without first getting... Oh, wow. If the probation officer determines based on your criminal record, personal history, characteristics, and the nature and the circumstances of your offense, you pose a risk to another person, including an organization, the probation officer, with prior approval of the court, may require you to notify the person about the risk, and you must comply with that instruction. You must follow the instructions of the probation officer related to the conditions of supervision. Okay. So the defendant shall comply with any applicable state or federal sex offender registration requirements. as instructed by the BOP and the probation officer or any state offender registration agency in the state where he resides, works, or is a student. The defendant shall participate in a mental health treatment program, which may include participation in a treatment program for sexual disorders, as approved by the U.S. Probation Department. The defendant shall continue to the cost of such services rendered and or psychotropic medications prescribed to the degree he is reasonably able, and shall cooperate in securing any applicable third-party payments. The defendant shall disclose all financial information and documents to the probation department to assess his ability to pay. As part of the treatment program for sexual disorders, the defendant shall participate in polygraph examinations and or visual response testing to obtain information necessary for risk management and correctional treatment. So he's got to do lie detector tests too. The department shall not associate with or have any contact with convicted sex offenders unless it's in a therapeutic setting. The defendant shall not associate with children under the age of 18 unless a responsible adult is present and he has prior approval from the probation department. Prior approval does not apply to contacts which are not known in advance by the defendant, where children are accompanied by a parent or a guardian, or for incidental contacts in public setting. Wow. So he can't be around kids unless it's supervised. If the defendant cohabitates with an individual who has a minor child, the defendant will inform that other party of his prior criminal history concerning his sex offenses. Moreover, he will notify the party of his probation of associating with any children under the age of 18 unless responsible adult is present. Wow. The defendant shall report to the probation department any and all electronic communication service accounts. He's got to give up all his accounts. Communications, dissemination, and or storage of digital media files, audio, video, images. Whoosh. This includes, but is not limited to, email accounts, social media accounts, and cloud storage accounts. The defendant shall provide each account identifier and password, and shall report the creation of new accounts, changes, identifiers of passwords. Wow. So he's got to let them know all that stuff. So they're going to be monitoring all his phone calls, emails, social media, all that stuff, huh? Even his DNA. Look at that.
Yeah, the restrictions for this kind of conviction are serious. Hence, why Nicki Minaj and her husband are going through everything they're going through right now. Because when you are convicted of something that has to do with SA and minors,
right,
post-release, you have to tell them where you live. They have to approve of where you live. You have to notify people in your life. You cannot go to certain types of events or be in certain types of places.
Now he has a child with Nicki. Like, does that?
Well, that's different.
Right, no, that's different.
Yeah, that's different. Usually with their own children. Now, mind you, this is a gray area.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Right. It's a gray area because usually with their own children, unless there's some history of them being, abusive towards their children, usually it's fine. But it depends on what the co-parent is doing. So, for example, let's say he wasn't with Nicki Minaj.
Right.
If she went to family court and she said, listen, my co-parent has this conviction and I feel that my child is unsafe. Yes. Then they would step in and they would say, okay, well, and with someone with that type of conviction, he'd have more going against him. He'd probably automatically get his rights taken away, get supervised visits imposed because he already has that history.
Right. I mean, but R. Kelly in his family, even with him, he has incest. Could that be something that they would I mean, that could be one of the reasons why he's also prevented from all these things, right? He's got history, no
I
matter what.
mean, possibly, but I don't think any of R. Kelly's children have said that he's been abusive to them, unless I missed it. I know his wife talked about some things, but I don't think his children did. Did they?
Well, I don't know. There's this, it's a rumor. It's alleged, it hasn't been known fact, that in his divorce decree, there was a agreement that he had to stay away from his children, because he might have messed around with one of his daughters or touched his daughter. But this is just an alleged thing because no one has actually seen this document. But it also was put out in the media that Andrea Kelly did know of something happening with a 12-year-old child. She admitted that she knew something of a 12-year-old child. They did talk about that in the media. Now, I was thinking it was probably had to do with the goddaughter, the girl that he slept with the video thing, because she was 12 and she was coming by the house. And Andrea did know her to be the goddaughter. So I was thinking it had to do maybe with her, that the wife knew about her. That's what I think. I don't personally think he touched his own child. I don't think so.
You know, that's, as I said, that's very interesting. I see, as I'm sure you saw, Diva, some people in the chat saying they think it was his daughter. They think that it might have been his daughter who is now in transition.
Right, the trans daughter.
But then again, like I said, we don't know for sure. But if that was the case, then of course they would have imposed all of those regulations on him, you know, if they had any reason to believe that he had harmed his own children.
Right. And we really don't know. I mean, Andrea never, said anything. I mean, it took her so long to come out about her own abuse, one never knows. That's how I feel. But I pray that that's not true. I just think honestly it had to be with talking about the 12-year-old girl, Rashana Landfair, who was in the sex tape video. That's who I think it was. So now when it talks about criminal monetary penalties, he has to pay $900 in assessment and $100,000 fine and a JVTA assessment of $40,000. Now, I don't know what this do you know what this JVT stands for? JVTA?
I actually don't. JVTA.
Yeah, you see right here, JVTA.
Yeah, I see it. I actually do not know what, and I would Google it, but if I touch anything, it's gonna kick me off the stream.
Let me see if I could get it. Let me see.
Yeah, give it a Google. Let's see.
Let me see what I could try.
I mean, I see the total assessment of monetary penalties. I see a fine, but what JVTA?
Oh, Justice for Victims of Trafficking Act.
Oh wow! Okay, well that's awesome. That's awesome.
This is
donate to that.
Yeah, it's called the Justice for Victims of Trafficking Act of 2015. Is an act of Congress introduced in the Senate on January 13th of 2015 and signed into law by the United States President Barack Obama on May 29, 2015. It is also known as the JVTA, where it says it is aimed to increase. Wait. See, now that I went to go to the background thing, hold on. Okay, so the 114th Congress quickly and vigorously took up the issue of human trafficking, generating 12 bills in the first couple of weeks of the new session. The JVTA incorporates provisions from 10 of those 12 bills: Stop Exploitation of Trafficking Act, Justice for Victims of Trafficking Act, to improve the response to victims of child sex trafficking, SAVE Act of 2015, Human Trafficking Prevention, Intervention, and Recovery Act, Human Trafficking Prevention Act. Wow, they got a lot. Trafficking Awareness Training for Healthcare Act, Human Trafficking Detection Act of 2015. Wow, they got a lot here. So they put all those bills into Justice for Victims of Trafficking Acts. These are one of the bills. Wow. So it's a bill. So that's why. So he's got to pay $40,000 for the Justice Act. For I guess that's just that alone. That's just an assessment, because the restitution is not included, because September 28th, it says here the determination of restitution is deferred until September 28th of 2022. An amended judgment in a criminal case will be entered after such determination. So after the 9/28 hearing, or determination, whatever it is that she's going to do, right? Will they have a hearing? I believe they said they were having a hearing on it. Okay. Now the schedule of payments. So he's got to pay a lump sum right now of $900 due immediately. He had to do that right away. Okay, so the payments shall be applied in the following order. So they are going to be collecting the assessments, all the monies for the assessments first. Then the restitution principal, whatever that will be, because we don't know what it is yet. Also, the restitution interest, and AVAA, they haven't done that yet either, assessment. The fine principal, which we know was the $900, right? Fine interest, community restitution, the JVTA assessment, penalties, and then costs, including cost of prosecution and court costs. Wait a minute. What is that? Cost including cost of prosecution. What does that mean, Miss Esquire? He got to pay for the lawyers too? The prosecutors?
Read that again.
It says payments that shall be applied in the following order. Number 10 says cost, including cost of prosecution and court.
Oh, okay, so they don't necessarily mean pay for the prosecution as in pay for their salary. But by court costs and cost of prosecution, they mean investigation costs, surveillance costs, and typical court fees for having a trial, especially a trial of this length, that having a judge present that entire time. Right. There are court costs associated with that.
So he's got to pay that type of I never knew that. Oh, wow. Well, he's got $5 million coming plus another 4. He's all right with $9 million, I think. What do you think? That should hold him for a little bit? What do you think, Miss Esquire? Do you think that $9 million is going to hold him a little bit?
I don't know. He has attorneys. He has Jocelyn to provide for. He has to put money on his books. He has restitution. I don't know.
You got to pay the $100,000 también, que $40,000 también. Well, so here we have the complaint and jury demand by Bonjean. As we know, she is suing the MDC, right? And the warden of the MDC Brooklyn, the United States of America, and the unknown MDC Brooklyn officials. Now, plaintiff Robert S. Kelly, by and through his attorneys, the Bonjean Law Group, for his complaint alleges as follows, y'all. Nature of the action. 1. Plaintiff is concurrently an inmate at the MDC Brooklyn, a federal detention center in Brooklyn, New York. On June 29th of 2022, plaintiff was sentenced before the Honorable Judge Ann Donnelly in connection with his criminal case under indictment 19 CR 286. 3. Despite having no suicidal tendencies, the defendant and the MDC officials placed plaintiff under the harsh conditions of suicide watch immediately after his sentencing hearing, causing him serious and irreparable harm. 4. Plaintiff was placed on suicide watch as a form of punishment, even though he was not suicidal, causing him severe mental distress. This conduct is the result of negligence and deliberate indifference of the defendants and numerous federal officials. 5. Defendant knew that plaintiff was not a suicide risk when they placed him under suicide watch, subjecting him to cruel confinement. Plaintiff was placed on suicide watch solely for punitive purposes and because of his status as a high-profile inmate. Jurisdiction and venue. Yes, Mama.
Diva, can I just add a quick comment?
Please do.
So how can she argue that it was punishment, but also that it was because of his status as a high-profile inmate? Because if I hear that you were placed in a certain type of custody because you are a high-profile inmate, that to me indicates that you're there for your protection.
Right.
So how can she make the argument that it's to punish him, but it's also because he's a celebrity?
Right. So she's saying it's for his punishment and it's for his own good. But she's so contradicting in all her motions. It's weird. She does a lot of things like this. I don't,
Right.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, but I see the contradiction. She fights herself a lot.
Right. The contradiction doesn't make sense. And it's going to be very interesting to see what she's arguing in this lawsuit, because I do not understand how she can argue that someone being placed on suicide watch, especially someone with his history, first of all,
right,
even if he never said that he's suicidal, his behavior and his history is enough to make any system question his sanity and question.
That's why they were explaining the three factors. There's 3 factors when they do a psychoanalysis on him. And I forgot exactly what they were, but they said he has some of each of those 3 factors they look into. So that's why they did what they did, because they do see that, yes, he does have a touch of suicidal tendencies within each factor. I was reading some of this. I kind of, got a little bit ahead, Girl, so yeah. Mm-hmm. So now, where was I? All right, so the jurisdiction and venue, that this action arises under the Federal Tort Claims Act, 28 U.S.C. 2671, and the United States Constitution, Bivens versus 6 unknown named agents of the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. Now, this court has jurisdiction over the federal claims pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1331, 1343A, 1346B, and Bivens v. 6 unknown named agents, Federal Bureau of Narcotics, 403 U.S. 388. You know, all these codes and laws and stuff, y'all know. Now, venue is proper in this district pursuant to the 28 U.S.C. 1391B. Now, the parties. Plaintiff Robert Kelly is an individual who is currently housed in the MDC. The defendant, Warden Herberto H. Teles, is the warden of the MDC Brooklyn and at times relevant to this lawsuit. Defendant Teles is sued in his individual capacity. Really? The defendant, MDC, is a federal correction facility located in Brooklyn, New York. Defendant, United States of America, the United States, at all relevant times operated the MDC Brooklyn and employed defendant Teles. Defendant, United States, is sued under the Federal Tort Claims Act for the wrongful and tortious acts of its employees and agencies. Defendant unknown, the MDC Brooklyn officials are officials who either had supervisory authority and or the opportunity to observe and intervene with respect to the acts of placing defendant under suicide watch, even though he was not suicidal. Jury demand. So she's also demanding a trial by jury. Plaintiff hereby demands a trial by jury on all of his claims in this section. Factual allegations. Mr. Kelly was sentenced before Honorable Judge Ann Donnelly on June 29, 2022 in connection with the case 19 CR 286. After his sentencing hearing, Mr. Kelly was placed on suicide watch in violation of his 8th Amendment guarantees because he is not suicidal and expressly told MDC officials that he was not suicidal and had no thoughts of harming himself or others. The MDC Brooklyn has a policy of punishing high-profile inmates by placing them under the harsh conditions of suicide watch, even though they are not suicidal. Indeed, as recently as June 25th of 2022, another high-profile inmate, Miss Maxwell, was placed on suicide watch, even though she was not suicidal. The MDC Brooklyn's policy can only be described as arbitrary, cruel, and unconstitutional. Mr. Kelly and his attorneys had lengthy discussions in advance of his sentencing regarding the outcome of his sentencing proceeding, and Mr. Kelly was fully prepared for his sentencing hearing. Nothing occurred during sentencing that came as a surprise to Mr. Kelly. In the days leading up to sentencing, Mr. Kelly preemptively expressed a concern to his counsel that MDC would place him on suicide watch as a matter of policy, as it did after his jury returned a verdict of guilt, even though he was not suicidal. Mr. Kelly repeatedly stated to his counsel and anyone who would listen at the MDC that he was not suicidal and had no thoughts of hurting himself. Mr. Kelly suffered emotional distress after he was placed on suicide watch after the jury verdict in his case on September 27, 2021. Even though he was not suicidal, Mr. Kelly harbored legitimate concerns that the MDC would again place him on suicide watch after his sentencing for punitive reasons. Immediately after his sentencing hearing, Mr. Kelly's counsel spoke with Mr. Kelly, and Mr. Kelly again reiterated that he was not experiencing any feelings of hopelessness or any thoughts of hurting himself. Mr. Kelly was behaving in a totally appropriate manner, but was concerned that the MDC Brooklyn would place him on suicide watch without justification for doing so. So Mr. Kelly and his attorney put a plan in place where Mr. Kelly was instructed to email his attorney upon return to the MDC to confirm he had not been placed on suicide watch, and that if his attorney did not receive such an email, his attorney would begin inquiring of his status. So when his attorneys did not receive an email from Mr. Kelly, hold on 1 second. Give me a pause for a second, Mama. Sorry about that, guys. I had to help the family out. The husband was calling me. All right. All righty. Here we go. Okay, so now, when his attorneys did not receive an email from Mr. Kelly, his attorneys immediately began reaching out to the MDC and was stonewalled for 48 hours. MDC employees refused to put counsel through to anyone in the legal department to discuss Mr. Kelly's status. Indeed, MDC employees repeatedly obstructed undersigned counsel's ability to determine the well-being of Mr. Kelly and advocate for him. The legal department ignored counsel's many emails and messages. Now, through the assistance of the prosecutors on Mr. Kelly's case, Mr. Kelly's attorneys confirmed that he was indeed placed on suicide watch. Mr. Kelly's placement on suicide watch is unrelated to him being suicidal and was done consistent with MDC's policy designed to cause harm to high-profile inmates. Oh, my God. While the conditions of suicide watch may be appropriate for individuals who are truly at risk of hurting themselves, they are cruel and unconstitutional under the 8th Amendment for individuals who are not suicidal. They are a form of illegal punishment. The conditions of suicide watch for someone who is not suicidal can and does cause serious mental harm. The conditions of confinement on suicide watch are by all accounts harsh and are likely to hurt an inmate's mental health rather than help it. Inmates are stripped of their clothing and underwear and dressed in a smock made of material that is akin to the material that moving companies use when wrapping furniture. What? Inmates are typically placed in a single cell without bed rails and offered no items of comfort. They cannot shower or shave and are sometimes not even afforded toilet paper. Meals are not provided with utensils, forcing inmates to eat with their hands. They have no ability to consult with loved ones or supportive figures. And of course, they are monitored 24/7 by prison officials. Ironically, individuals on suicide watch don't even receive psychiatric care. Mr. Kelly's placement on suicide watch was solely punitive because Mr. Kelly is a high-profile inmate. So that's why she said that, Miss Esquire. That's why she said that. First cause of action, cruel and unusual punishment. 8th Amendment, Bivens. Plaintiff incorporates each of the foregoing paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. By subjecting plaintiff to the harsh conditions of suicide watch when he is not suicidal, the defendants have violated plaintiff's right to be free from cruel and unusual punishment. Now, the defendants knew or should have known that there was a high degree of risk of harm to plaintiff by subjecting him to the conditions of suicide watch when he was not a risk of suicide watch, and that by so doing, they were creating psychological harm rather protecting plaintiff from it. So she's trying to say he didn't need protecting from himself or others because he wasn't going to kill himself or others. They just did it because they wanted to do it because he's high profile. And they wanted to give him cruel and unusual punishment. Oh,
again, the thing is, when you look at his history, I mean, let's be real here. A person who instructs other persons to drink feces or urine.
Right.
A person who likes to engage with feces and urine. Right. That type of behavior is usually connected to being unstable mentally.
Okay. So, Bonjeet, he's not going anywhere. Second cause of action, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Federal Tort Claims Act. Plaintiff incorporates each of the foregoing paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. By subjecting plaintiff to the harsh conditions of suicide watch when he is not suicidal, the defendants have engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct. Oh, Lord. Defendants acted with the intent to cause and or disregard of a substantial probability of causing severe emotional distress. As a direct result of the actions of the defendant has suffered severe emotional distress. The defendants knew or should have known that there was a high degree of risk of harm to plaintiff by subjecting him to the conditions of suicide watch when he was not at risk of suicide watch, and that by doing so, they were creating psychological harm rather than protecting plaintiff from it. The defendants acted with a deliberate or reckless disregard of the risk that plaintiff's Eighth Amendment rights would be violated. At all relevant times, the defendant acted under color of federal law. As a result of defendant's acts and or omission, plaintiffs suffered damages, including emotional harm. Oh, brother. Third cause of action, negligence. Plaintiff incorporates each of the foregoing paragraphs as if fully set forth herein. The United States and its employees have a duty of care to Mr. Kelly while he is incarcerated at the MDC Brooklyn. Employees of the United States know that by placing a mentally stable person into the harsh conditions of suicide watch, they will cause mental distress and other psychological injury to the person. So employees of the United States acted negligently in hiring, training, and supervising those MDC officials who made a determination that plaintiff should be placed on suicide watch even though he was not a risk of suicide. Employees of the United States acted negligently in failing to take reasonable steps to prevent non-suicidal inmates from being placed on suicide watch. Employees should have known that Mr. Kelly was not suicidal and should not have placed him under the harsh conditions of suicide watch. Employees of the United States were acting within the scope of their employment when they engaged in these negligent acts and or omissions. As a result of that negligence, plaintiff suffered damages. Wherefore, plaintiff respectfully requests that judgment be entered against the defendants as follows. Award of compensatory damages for all emotional distress, humiliation, pain, and suffering, and other harm in an amount to be determined at trial. What? Award of punitive damages in an amount to be determined at trial. Award of pre- and post-judgment interest, attorneys, fees, and costs. Any such relief the court may deem just and proper. Dated July 1st, Bonjean. What do you think of all that, Miss Esquire?
First, excuse me because I'm eating a salad. I know.
Oh, that's
so
okay.
delicious.
Sorry about that, Mama.
No, it's okay. It's fine. I just wanted to say excuse me because I'm eating a salad. But as I previously stated, even without a psych eval, meaning before we even get into any evaluation they did, Robert Kelly's behavior is that of a person who is not mentally stable, period. Right. So the institution has a fair right to say, you know, we're responsible for him, right? And to adhere to our responsibilities, we have to make sure nothing happens to him. Mac, right. I have to make sure my dog doesn't go after the fork. So, and to maintain our responsibility for him, we have to make sure nothing happens to him. Now, someone also mentioned that he could have an issue with other inmates. That is true. Although suicide watch is really mainly known for protecting you from yourself, it is possible that that MDC may argue that it's also to protect him from other inmates. They may make that argument. And really, at the end of the day, as long as they're still feeding him, as long as he's not being physically mistreated, meaning beaten or anything like that, as long as they can provide reasonable explanation for why they put him on that watch, they will probably be okay. And from everything that we've seen and heard, we can see why he would be on suicide watch. I mean, look at his life, in addition to all the other stuff.
Right.
His life is in shambles.
Right.
They've dug up his personal life. They've talked about him sleeping with men, which was very embarrassing for him. They've
Right.
talked about him potentially harming his own children, right? Because the same conversation we had, everyone else had that combo too.
Right.
They've talked about him luring in minors and all of these things set someone up to have a life in which they feel that there's no future. And hopelessness is one of the precursors to suicide.
Yeah. I saw that too. They mentioned that in here. I had to charge my phone. So now there's a memorandum of law in support of order to show cause for a preliminary injunction. Now, Miss Esquire, what is a preliminary injunction?
Uh-oh. I took one big old bite. Hold on.
That's all right. That's all right, mamita. Do your thing. Eat. I'm not going to stop you, baby.
Let me tell y'all what I want more than anything is like a plate of mac and cheese and oxtail.
You
more
want
than anything.
You want some barbecue stuff.
And instead, what I've had today is salad, corn, baked chicken. Ugh. Anyway.
I'm about to have some baked chicken too. Mine is baking in the oven right now as we speak.
I'm just trying so hard to be healthy, trying so hard. I want to lose a few pounds and they will not go away.
I know your pain because, girl, I try and I really can't. I mean, I'm a diabetic too. So, I mean, at least I don't eat sugar stuff. But my thing is my carbs is my big thing, the pasta and the rice and the potatoes. I don't have an issue with anything else but that stuff.
As
I can't
said,
stay away.
Mac and cheese. If I had some mac and cheese right now, I would be so happy.
Right.
So, preliminary injunction is requesting that the court stop the other party from doing something. So, for example, right. So, let's say, for example, I was suing Diva for intentional infliction of emotional distress because she knows that I really look forward to her lives and she keeps canceling them. Right.
Right.
I could ask for a preliminary injunction and I could say to the court, she has a live that is scheduled for next Monday. Before she cancels that live, I want you, the court, to order her to do that live. I want you to tell her that she cannot cancel again.
Okay.
So an injunction is the court telling someone you cannot do something. So in this instance,
Giving
more
an
than
order.
likely, right. So in this instance, more than likely, Bonjean is asking the court to say to MDC, you cannot have him under suicide watch. You need to take him off of suicide watch.
Okay. Thank you. So now we know what that means, guys. So Jennifer Bonjean, an attorney duly admitted to practice before this court, makes the following affirmation under the penalties of perjury. I, Jennifer Bonjean, represent defendant Robert Kelly in the above entitled action and respectfully move this court pursuant to the Federal Rule Civil Procedure 65 to issue an order enjoining MGC Brooklyn from confining Mr. Kelly on suicide watch where he is not suicidal and has never expressed any indication that he may harm himself or others. 2, Mr. Kelly was sentenced before Honorable Judge Donnelly on the 29th of 2022 in connection with the case 19 CR 286. After his sentencing, Mr. Kelly was placed on suicide watch in violation of his 8th Amendment guarantees because he is not suicidal and expressly told the MGC officials that he was not suicidal and had no thoughts of harming himself or others. Then she says she's going to show exhibits A and B, an affidavit of Jennifer Bonjean and Ashley Cohen. And the MDC Brooklyn has a policy of punishing high-profile inmates by placing them under the harsh conditions of suicide watch, even though they're not suicidal. Indeed, as recently as June 25th, another high-profile inmate, Miss Maxwell, was placed on suicide watch, even though she was not suicidal. Now, Exhibit D is a letter from Maxwell's confinement on suicide watch. The MDC Brooklyn's policy can only be described as arbitrary, cruel, and unconstitutional. Okay, oh my God, this is just a repeat, really. Immediately after his sentencing, counsel spoke with Mr. Kelly against her. Oh, it's a repeat of what I just read. Okay, stonewalled 48 hours. On June 30th, 2022, undersigned counsel reached out to the government to determine, okay, if he was placed on suicide watch. Okay. Now, we inquired how long he would be on suicide watch and were told it varies from inmate to inmate. So there's no definite answer. And she talks about that in Exhibits A and B. Okay, now this explanation suggests that the reasons for placing Mr. Kelly on suicide watch have nothing to do with him as an individual or even whether he actually is a suicide risk. Simply put, MDC Brooklyn is run like a gulag. What? What the hell is a gulag? Oh, let me look up.
I think that's a German prison. I don't know. I could be wrong. But
Really?
I'm
gonna
like
look
that's
it
a
up
German
right
prison,
now. No,
which
no,
they
no.
allegedly have like some of the worst prisons.
Oh my God.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong though, but I
Let's
think
see.
that's what it means.
You're right. It's Russian. It is Russian.
Okay, it's Russian. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And they allegedly have like some of the worst conditions.
Chief administration of the camps was the government agency in charge of the Soviet network of forced labor camps set up by order of Vladimir Lenin. Oh, God. Languages. Yes, okay. Here it is. Some historians estimate that 14 million people were imprisoned in the Gulag labor camps from 1929 to 1953. Okay, so it's a prison, like you said. It's a camp. A forced labor camp.
That makes sense. I just want to mention something that everyone's talking about in the chat. They're saying like, why would they want him to be out amongst everyone? Yeah, valid point. I don't know. You see, this whole thing is confusing. I don't know why they would be fighting so hard to have him be more accessible to other inmates. Right. Especially, as Diva said, considering what he's convicted of. Now, mind you, does he have to go from suicide watch to Gen Pop? No, right? He can maybe go into some, and mind you, this depends on how MDC has their security set up now, right? Because things change all the time. Right. But MDC probably has something that's kind of a notch below suicide watch, something along the lines of like protective incarceration, where you're not amongst the general
PC, right?
Right. They might have that, right? Protective custody, fine. But even then, he's more accessible to other, even in PC, he's more accessible to other inmates than under suicide watch. So as everyone in the chat is saying, and as Diva has said, it's interesting to want him to be more accessible when you know that he just got convicted of
and he likes little
things
boys
that have to do with minors and children, and also just had a man testify against him that he started sleeping with him when he was like 17. You want to put him where other men can get to him? Very
wait till you see. They did the
strange argument.
Right. They did the what is it called again? They did the Kinsey scale on him. Do you know what that is, Ms. Esquire?
Right. I think you're saying it correctly.
Am I Kinsey? Kinsey?
Right. Sorry. Chewing on a cucumber. Yes.
No, sorry. So, all right, now they did this Kenzie scale to him, right? Which is, it's a scale that ranges from 0 for those interviewed who solely had desires for or sexual experiences with the opposite sex. All right. To the number 6, where for those who had exclusively same-sex desires or experiences. So, a 1 to 5 for those who had varying levels of desire or experiences with both sexes, including incidental or occasional desire for sexual activity with the same sex. So they did this scale to him, and it says that it does not reference whether they identified as heterosexual, bisexual, or homosexual. So when they did this scale test to R. Kelly, they labeled him on the rating 1, right? Now, the rating 1 means that he's predominantly heterosexual, only incidentally homosexual. Did y'all hear me?
Can you repeat that?
Girl. On a scale, a rating scale for the Kinsey scale ranges from 0 to 6, right? So 0 being exclusively heterosexual. Anything in between 1 to 5 would mean that they're predominantly heterosexual, or they are into incidental or occasional desire for sexual activity with the same sex. So, R. Kelly rated on this Kinsey scale, they said in the document, we'll get to that. In the document, it rated him a number 1. Now, under the scale, it has the description of the numbers. So a number 1 means that he is predominantly heterosexual and or only incidentally homosexual. So
in other words, it wasn't. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. In other words, go ahead, you're gonna say it better than me.
I mean, what I heard was not heterosexual. That's what I heard.
He's both. He's predominantly heterosexual, but only incidentally homosexual. So for me, that means that he's straight, but he also has gay tendencies only when the occasion arises.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Now, I know I'm not the professional in sex and gender, but I don't agree with that from what we've heard. Okay, if someone is incidentally homosexual, right, meaning kind of haphazardly homosexual, would they go out of their way to meet young men, to bring young men home, to pay for the lifestyles of young men so that they can have relations with them?
For those in the back, way in the back that are listening, please listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths, okay? Please understand this. Your boy was just psychologically he was just psychologically read, okay? And yeah, he's predominantly heterosexual, and on occasionally in incidents where he has to be homosexual. He admitted it. Your boy admitted it. Okay? So, for those that keep saying that the John Does are liars and they're making this shit up, well, according to the psychoanalysis of your boy, the king of kids, he's gay when he feels like it. I'm not making fun of gay people because I'm bisexual. That's not what I'm doing. I'm laughing at y'all because y'all retarded. So that's why I'm laughing. Okay? So, let's get back to wait. I got to go around and see what y'all got to say. Let me come to the front. What do you guys got to say about this scale, y'all? Let's see here. Don't they got pedo area where all of them put them with other chomos? Again, Billie Jean is grabbing for anything that can possibly manifest the technicality for the appeal. That's it. That's all. Girl, I agree with you, Black Girl Beauty. It's all a strategy. It's all a strategy. Right, he's bisexual. Basically, he's bisexual. He likes them both, only when occasion. That's like me. You know, I am predominantly heterosexual. I am married to a man. But every once in a while, if the occasion should arise for me to get a tingle and want to be with the same sex incidentally, then that's what it is.
I just want to connect the dot for some of you.
Please do.
So now that we know that R. Kelly is incidentally homosexual, you guys remember that he worked with B2K? I'm going to leave that there.
Girl! Uh-huh. I wonder, I always wondered about that. But, you know, they actually dropped his song, Bump, 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 I think. Right, guys? They actually took that song off their roster. Just like Lady Gaga and everybody else that did that.
I didn't know that. B2K dropped the Bump, Bump, Bump song. I didn't know that.
Yes, they did. They took it off their catalog. Just like Lady Gaga took that song off of her catalog.
Whoa.
Celine Dion took a song off of her catalog.
I did not know that. Wow,
Yeah,
Diva,
Chance
you're
the
filling me in.
Rapper.
I had no idea.
Yeah, Chance the Rapper removed the song. Next, what we do need...
Suicide Watch. What else does he have to look forward to? These are the things that they evaluate when they look at whether or not someone is suicidal. His music is being taken out of people's catalog. So even if they release him tomorrow, could he survive? And for how long? That's why they think he's suicidal.
Right. You know, this guy is, you know, his peoples, they're doing their job. That's all I gotta say. So while the conditions of suicide watch may be appropriate for individuals who are truly at risk of hurting themselves, they are simply cruel and unconstitutional under the 8th Amendment for individuals who are not suicidal. They are a form of illegal punishment. So the 8th Amendment protects prisoners from cruel and unusual punishment in the form of unnecessary and wanton infliction of pain at the hands of prison officials. The constitutional prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment includes the right to be free from conditions that impose an excessive risk of an inmate's health or safety. To establish an 8th Amendment claim based on unsafe or medically inappropriate living conditions, a plaintiff must establish that 1, he was incarcerated under conditions which posed a substantial risk of serious harm, and 2, prison officials acted with deliberate indifference to his health or safety. Here, the conditions of suicide watch for someone who is not suicidal poses a risk of serious mental harm. The conditions of confinement on suicide watch are by all accounts harsh and are likely to hurt an inmate's mental health rather than help it. Inmates are stripped of their clothing and underwear and undressed in a smock made of material that is akin to the material that moving companies use when wrapping furniture. Okay. She's repeating again. I'm not going to repeat all that. I am proceeding by order to show cause rather than by notice of motion because Mr. Kelly is currently being confined illegally in violation of his 8th Amendment guarantees under the harsh conditions of suicide watch for no reason other than his status as a high-profile inmate. The conditions under which he is currently being confined are causing real and lasting harm to Mr. Kelly. I have emailed the legal department of the MDC Brooklyn, specifically Sophia Papatru, to advise her of my intent to seek a temporary restraining order and will send this pleading to her once it is filed. Why is she doing a restraining order? What? Miss Esquire, why would she do a restraining order? You said, unless the preliminary injunction, the temporary restraining order are issued.
So temporary restraining order is sometimes called a TRO, and it doesn't always mean stay away from someone. It can also mean stop doing something. So similar to the preliminary injunction, a TRO can literally mean stop engaging in this behavior towards me. So a TRO is no longer permitted to go another day without texting Esquire every day. that can be a TRO,
got it.
Right? Or a TRO can be like, person A is not permitted to call person B. Person A can only communicate with person B via a third-party texting app. So it doesn't always mean stay away from me. It can mean you are restrained from doing certain things towards me.
Stop. Right. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was only just for the person to stay away, within a certain feet and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, it can be stop engaging in certain behavior. It doesn't have to be stay away from me. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that. Thank you. So, unless the preliminary injunction and temporary restraining order are issued, Mr. Kelly will suffer immediate or irreparable injury as he is currently suffering the harsh conditions of suicide watch that are unjustified, as he is not suicidal. Oh my God, every time I hear that, I think about Jussie Smollett saying, not suicidal. I am not suicidal.
But you know what we haven't heard, though? We have not, unless we're going to get to it, which we might, but are we going to get to a medical report, a psychological report provided by them that says that Robert Kelly has never had suicidal thoughts and does not currently have them? Because even if he's had them in the past, they could reoccur or recur. So even that would be reason for suicide watch. So are they going to give us a medical report that says he's never had suicidal thoughts before?
They're going to, let me see, in this one here, I believe, okay, the defendant's memorandum of law in opposition to plaintiff's motion for a temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. I believe in this one is where they explain all of that.
Okay, so we'll get there. I want to.
Yeah, we're almost. Yeah, we're gonna get to that now because this is now going to be like an affidavit of Bonjean. She's just simply saying that she's admitted to practice before this court, and she makes the following affirmation under the penalties of perjury. So she's just breaking down basically the same thing we just basically read.
Okay, I just wanted to address something. Address something in the chat. There's someone in the chat that said that, well, I don't know who y'all is, but y'all act like R. Kelly did something to you. So being someone who's been a guest on Diva's channel quite a bit, I have to disagree with that statement. I don't think anyone here is trying to take the place of any of the victims. I think they're discussing what has occurred, and discussing so in an informed manner. Now, I would say that perhaps you act like R. Kelly did something to you, like you love him or you're with him romantically or something, because you're present here for you to complain about the way that he's being discussed. So I think that's interesting.
Thank you so much. I love you, Miss Esquire, because you got that professionalism that I don't. Girl. Thank you. So, what she said. Okay, Angela? Thank you, honey. So now, we have, as I said, the now we're going to come to the defendant's memorandum of law in opposition to plaintiff's motion for a temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. So this, as we can see, is done by Breon Peace. He is the United States attorney, okay, and he is the counsel for the defendants. All right. And Melanie Spite, Joseph Marotulo are the AUSAs, okay? They are the lawyers. All right, and we got a whole table of contents. They broke it down in 19 pages. Girl. So, okay, so let's read the preliminary statement. Let's go into that. Defendants, United States of America, Warden Herberto Teles, and MDC Brooklyn, collectively defendants or the government, by their attorneys, Breon Peace, United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Melanie Spite, and Joseph Martutulo, Assistant U.S. Attorneys of Counsel, respectfully submit this memorandum of law in opposition to the motion of plaintiff Robert Sylvester Kelly, also known as R. Kelly, is the plaintiff, for a temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. On September 27, 2021, following 6 weeks of trial, a federal jury in Brooklyn convicted plaintiff of all 9 counts, including sexual exploitation of children, forced labor, and Mann Act violations involving the coercion and transportation of women and girls in interstate commerce to engage in illegal sexual activity. The evidence at trial included the testimony of 45 government witnesses, including more than 10 victims, 5 of whom are named in the superseding indictment, testimony from employees of the defendant, text messages, video and audio recordings, photographs, phone and travel records, DNA evidence, and expert witnesses. Give me 1 second, guys. My husband's calling me.
So, usually when Diva's gone for a moment, I would entertain everyone, but I'm too hungry. That salad was extremely disappointing. And due to the lack of food that I want, well, I don't know, lack of carbs, I don't know. I'm pretty low energy, so we'll all just have to wait for Diva to get back.
All right. Sorry about that, guys. I had to check on my chicken as well. Had to turn it off. Chicken's done. All right. So now, the evidence at trial. Okay, we got that already. All right. 3 days ago, on June 29, 2022, the U.S. District Judge Ann Donnelly sentenced plaintiff to 30 years in prison. That same day, a staff psychologist conducted an in-person assessment of plaintiff upon his return to the MDC. As a result of that clinical assessment, plaintiff was temporarily placed on suicide watch. He is scheduled to stand trial in the Northern District of Illinois in August of 2022 and is expected to be transferred from MDC to custody in the Northern District of Illinois. Yesterday, on July 1st of 2022, plaintiff filed this action pursuant to Bivens versus 6 unknown named agents and the Federal Tort Claims Act, asserting that plaintiff was placed on suicide watch as a form of punishment, even though he was not suicidal, purportedly causing him severe mental distress. See docket number 1, plaintiff simultaneously applied for an order to show cause, seeking a federal rule civil procedure 65, temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction enjoining MDC Brooklyn from confining Mr. Kelly on suicide watch. See docket number 2. Plaintiff's request for preliminary relief warrants dismissal on multiple independent grounds. Plaintiff has not satisfied the strict standard for obtaining a temporary restraining order or a preliminary injunction. First, plaintiff fails to show a substantial likelihood of success for relief. Based on the clinical assessments and in accordance with Bureau of Prisons policy for preventing suicides, plaintiff remains on suicide watch for his own safety. Plaintiff provides no salient authority that would permit this court to take the unprecedented step of mandating that BOP remove an inmate from suicide watch, especially when BOP must be accorded wide-ranging deference in the adoption and execution of policies and practices that, in its judgment, are needed to preserve internal order and discipline and to maintain institutional security. And this cites the case law, and then it says, indeed, Congress has delegated the power over the location and conditions of a convicted defendant's incarceration to the BOP. Now, plaintiff cannot show the requisite mens rea consistent with recklessness in the criminal law. Denying motion for a preliminary injunction arising out of purported Eighth Amendment violations at the MDC, citations were omitted. Moreover, plaintiff has never presented, much less exhausted, an administrative claim as required by the FTCA, or for that matter, set forth a viable Bivens claim. Next, plaintiff cannot show irreparable harm. Rather, the government is attempting to ensure plaintiff's safety and avoid any potential harm to plaintiff. Okay, based on these evaluations and observations of plaintiff conduct and safety, psychologists have authorized plaintiff to have particular items, including comfort items and personal effects. So the government's letting them have personal effects and comfort items. while he's in there. So plaintiffs may be authorized to obtain additional items on a gradual basis based on their assessment of plaintiff's safety needs and risk level. So plaintiff continues to be monitored daily for the duration of his temporary suicide watch. Further, there is unquestionably a public interest in having the BOP operate to prevent suicides. Like I said, they have to be careful because of what happened with Jeffrey Epstein. So they got to be careful. They got to do the shit right. They can't mess up. So further, there is unquestionably a public interest in the BOP operate to prevent suicides. As the late U.S. District Judge Jack B. Weinstein stated, it is important that prison officials be encouraged to attend to mental health considerations rather than be penalized for having done so. So for all these reasons, plaintiff's motions should be denied. So the government said that his motion should be denied. Okay, then they talk about the in compliance to regulations, the BOP operates a suicide prevention program to assist staff in identifying and managing potential suicidal inmates. Now the suicide prevention program annexed to the Declaration of Assistant U.S. Attorney Melanie Spike as Exhibit A. Now, under the program, each facility warden is responsible for ensuring that his or her facility runs a suicide prevention program consistent with the policy. And they're going to show it in Exhibit A. In addition, a program coordinator, generally the chief psychologist, is responsible for managing treatment of suicidal individuals and for ensuring that the facility's program adheres to the policy. So the policy mandates that each institution maintain a suicide watch program, including a designated suicide watch room to observe and protect vulnerable incarcerated individuals. In addition, the policy sets forth considered perimeters for conditions of confinement for incarcerated individuals on suicide watch, driven by the goal of employing the least restrictive measures available to ensure safety and control. Exhibit A talks about this as well. Generally, incarcerated individuals on suicide watch are seen by a program coordinator at least once a day and will have frequent contact with correctional housing staff members. Exhibit A also talks about the program coordinator or designated clinical staff member will specify the type of personal property, bedding, clothing, and magazines that an individual on suicide watch may use. A program coordinator or his or her designee has exclusive authority to terminate a suicide watch and may only do so after performing an in-person evaluation. So in other words, he's got to go through that. It's a process. He's got to go through this process. They need to make sure that he is safe for his own safety, his own mental health safety, and others. He has to go through this no matter what. So now they talk about the relevant and factual background. On June 29th, a staff psychologist conducted an in-person assessment of the plaintiff upon his return to the MDC after receiving 30 years prison sentence. See Declaration of MDC Psychological Technician Andrea Reddy, M.A. Reddy, her declaration. As part of this assessment, psychological staff considered several impartialities, I guess, impartially validated, empirically
validated.
empirically validated factors. Thank you, Ms. Esquire. Factors commonly associated with risk of self-harm and suicide: static, dynamic, and protective. Those are the self-risk, the self-harm. Those are the factors: static, dynamic, and protective. So static factors are unchangeable variables that pose a risk for self-harm and suicide. So Ms. Reddy, her declaration, number 5, she shows example of static factors, including having chronic medical conditions, being involved in a high-profile crime, history of mental illness, history of violent behavior, history of abuse, sex offender status, and any sentence greater than 20 years. So static factors generally increase an incarcerated individual's risk of engaging in self-harm. So that's one of the factors. And he has some of these elements to the static factor, right? So now when it comes to the dynamic factors, those are variables that pose a risk in the moment, but may be modifiable. Excuse me, let me get some drink. All right. Examples of dynamic factors include having just received a lengthy sentence for a crime, right, which he has, agitation, feeling hopelessness and helpless, like Miss Esquire said, right, and current physical pain. Remember, Ms. Bonjean said, well, he's feeling sad, you know. How is he supposed to feel? I mean, he's sad. He's hurt. She did say that to everyone on national television.
Right. And remember, mind you, I didn't even know that they were going to say this, which I'm sure Diva didn't either. But remember, like I was saying, that's one of the precursors to suicidal thoughts is helplessness, right. Hopelessness, yes. Feeling like you're not in control, feeling that, number one, you're in a bad situation, and that number right. two, you're not in control of that situation.
Mommy, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, Miss Esquire. Miss Esquire? Yeah, you're breaking up, baby. You sound like you're in the Matrix.
Okay.
Maybe you should go out and come back in real quick. Because you was going deep right now, and we just missed everything you said. I'm thinking maybe she has to move around. Maybe you have to move around from where you're at. All right, I'm going to wait for her to come back up, guys, so I can finish. I want her to explain what she was just about to say. Hey, information man. What's up, Poppy? What's up, Les Smith? What's up? Everyone who jumped into the building. Oh, I sound like I'm in the Matrix now? For real? Okay, I got you, Miss Esquire. Okay, I just dropped the link. Do I still sound like I'm in the Matrix, y'all? Mr. Information Man, if you would like to come on up, come on up. I just dropped the link. Do I sound okay, guys? Give me a thumbs up. Am I okay? Do I sound good? I do sound good. Okay. Just making sure, because Nuni said I sound like I'm in the Matrix. All right, Miss Esquire. Do I sound good too?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You sound great. Now go ahead, baby. Finish. Start off what you were saying all over again.
Wonderful. So what I was saying was, I'm sure Diva did not know that they were going to make the argument they're making now, and neither did I, right? So when you heard us speak earlier, we were just speaking from our own knowledge. So when I said that hopelessness and helplessness is a precursor to suicide and suicidal thoughts, here's what I mean. Two facets of it. The first thing is the person feels like they are in this horrible situation they see no way out of. That's the helpless, hopeless part.
Right.
The second facet is this person feels like they are not in control of the situation. All of these things are major precursors to suicide, y'all. Because think about it. When you see your way out of a bad situation, you're less likely to want to end your own life because you know that you can fix it. So it is when people are in situations that they feel they have no control over, see no way out of, that is when they become suicidal. So even if we throw away everything else we know about Robert Kelly and only consider the situation he is in right now, it makes sense to have him on suicide watch.
Right. It really does. It really does. Because you never know. At a moment, he can feel one way and the next minute snap. That's just the reality of it. So finally, they talk about the protective factors. Now, the protective factors are variables that reduce one's likelihood of engaging in self-harm or suicide. Examples of protective factors include future orientation, denying suicidal intention, holding religious beliefs against suicide, having social support, and being able to identify reasons to live. Protective factors generally decrease an incarcerated individual's risk of self-harm. Now, the staff psychologist considered all three categories of factors in relation to plaintiff's June 29, 2022 assessment. It's supposed to say June, they put July. And then the staff psychologist, having considered these factors, determined that suicide watch was clinically indicated for a plaintiff. So a doctor from the psychology department has met with the plaintiff to conduct in-person evaluations at least daily since the start of his suicide watch. So during these evaluations, the doctor makes a determination regarding whether suicide watch remains clinically indicated. So based on these evaluations and observations of plaintiff's conduct and safety, psychologists have authorized plaintiff to have particular items, including comfort items and personal effects. Doctors may continue to authorize additional items on a gradual basis based on their assessment of plaintiff's safety needs and risk level. So at present, based on a clinical assessment, plaintiff remains on suicide watch for his own safety. A doctor or doctors from the psychology department will continue to monitor plaintiff daily for the duration of his suicide watch. Plaintiff is authorized to have legal visits at this time and has been since June 29th. Now, the argument is that a plaintiff seeking a temporary restraining order must establish that he is likely to succeed on the merits, that he is likely to suffer irreparable harm in the absence of preliminary relief, that the balance of equities tips in his favor, and that an injunction is in the public interest. Then it says case law. Then it says that the purpose of a temporary restraining order is to preserve an existing situation in status quo until the court has an opportunity to pass upon the merits of demand for a preliminary injunction. Now, a preliminary injunction is an extraordinary and drastic remedy, one that should not be granted unless the movement, by a clear showing, carries the burden of persuasion. And then it says more law. Injunction is a drastic and extraordinary remedy which should not be granted as a matter of cause. Then it cites more case laws. And then under this standard, so underneath those laws, it is not enough for a court considering a request for injunctive relief to ask whether there is a good reason why an injunction should not issue. Rather, a court must determine that an injunction should issue. An injunction should issue only where a plaintiff makes a clear showing and presents substantial proof that an injunction is warranted. Put otherwise, a plaintiff has the burden of proving the need for injunctive relief. Defendants bear no burden to defeat the motion. Then it says another case law. Okay, so the plaintiff must establish that 4 factors have been met: that he is likely to succeed on the merits, that he is likely to suffer irreparable harm in the absence of preliminary relief, that the balance of equities tip in his favor, and that an injunction is in the public interest. So he has to show proof that he's likely to not kill himself. Is that what that means? And that he is going to suffer harm if he's in custody?
So irreparable harm is a very, very high burden to bear. They have to prove that by being on suicide watch now, as he is suffering harm that can never be fixed.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And so really, that would mean, first of all, they can't argue financial harm, right? He's already incarcerated.
Right.
They cannot argue physical harm because he's not being beaten or starved.
Right.
So they would have to argue irreparable psychological harm, but that's a double-edged sword, right? Because to make that argument, they would have to argue psychological instability.
Right.
So they're
in
absolutely
other
correct in
words, if
saying,
you're unstable, I mean, what does that mean?
right, and they haven't met the burden at all. I mean, when you think about a person being a prisoner, cruel and unusual punishment is cruel and unusual punishment is physical abuse, it's malnutrition, it's extreme labor. That is cruel and unusual punishment. It is not cruel and unusual that you can't talk to your girlfriend right now because you've just been sentenced to 30 years.
Right.
And they're watching you to make sure you're okay. That doesn't rise to the level of cruel and unusual.
Cruel and unusual punishment isn't that you couldn't get a toothbrush or a toothpaste. Is it?
No, as long as he's permitted. So they have to permit them some method of cleaning themselves. And every institution does that, their own way. Right. But the toothbrush, again, it can be sharpened and used to harm yourself. So they have concerns with that, but they have to provide them just some method of cleaning themselves.
Right. And they said that they did, as we read, they said that they did provide him some comfort things and things that he needs. And some personal items. They let him get some of that stuff in there. Why is he complaining, right? He's a big baby. Yo, he is the biggest baby he complains about everything. If you didn't do the crime, you wouldn't be doing the time. You'd be home, laid up, chilling. What do you expect, my man? You're in prison. I mean, he thought he was going to the Four Seasons Hotel or something. Now, an even stronger showing on the merits is generally needed when, as here, a litigant seeks a mandatory injunction that will alter the status quo by commanding some positive act. A plaintiff that seeks a mandatory injunction, that is, an injunction that disrupts the status quo, must meet a heightened legal standard by showing a clear or substantial likelihood of success on the merits. All right. Additionally, where a party seeks injunctive relief that will affect governmental action taken it. Oh, this is like all just repeating all of this. Okay. Plaintiff fails to demonstrate the requisite substantial likelihood of success on the merits. Plaintiff's motion for a temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction does not explicitly demonstrate why he is substantially likely to succeed on the merits. Instead, plaintiff focuses exclusively on the purported irreparable harm discussed in Part 3 infra. I forgot what that means too. Nonetheless, the government respectfully submits that plaintiff cannot show any likelihood of success on his claims. Plaintiff's claims are procedurally. I can't prosecutorially.
Prosecutorially. I think. Let me see, where are you?
Prosecutorially.
Wait, where are you?
Right here, mama.
Oh, not prosecutorially. Plaintiff's claims are procedurally. Procedurally. Deficient.
I can't. It's the word. You procedure. Procedurally deficient and subject to dismissal. Again, my like the. As an initial matter, plaintiff's underlying claims are procedurally, oh God, I have to say flawed and subject to dismissal, thereby demonstrating plaintiff's inability to show substantial likelihood of success on the merits. Okay, the plaintiff's FTCA claims against the MDC must be dismissed for lack of subject matter jurisdiction because the FTCA's waiver of sovereign immunity does not authorize suits against a federal agency or entity under 28 U.S.C. 2679A. The FTCA only authorized suits against the United States and see a law, a case that would not have conferred such jurisdiction since an action thereunder must be brought against the United States rather than the agency thereof. Next, plaintiff's FTCA claims against the United States must also be dismissed for lack of subject matter jurisdiction because plaintiff did not exhaust his administrative remedies before filing suit. Right, like he just got in there one day and automatic he's like, like they didn't even get a chance to really evaluate you and see if you are going to be suicidal or not. Like, huh? Or that you're going to have harm in the future because you're in this predicament that you're in. Right? All right, I'm not going to read all this. This is like a lot. Okay, so for the plaintiff to succeed on his 8th Amendment cruel and unusual punishment claim, he must show that prison officials act or failed to act with deliberate indifference to a substantial risk of serious harm to a prisoner. A constitutional violation under these principles had both objective and subjective components. So specifically, first, the prisoner must be incarcerated under conditions that objectively pose a substantial risk of serious harm. And second, because only the unnecessary and wanton infliction of pain implicates the 8th Amendment. A prison official must possess a sufficiently culpable state of mind, which in prison conditions cases is one of deliberate indifferences to inmate health or safety. Citations and quotations omitted. The court must assess whether society considers the risk that the prisoner complains of to be so grave that it violates contemporary standards of decency to expose anyone unwilling to such a risk. So plaintiff fails to present any argument explaining how the BOP's in-person assessment of plaintiff hours after he received a 30-year sentence arising out of his conviction for the sexual exploitation of children and BOP's subsequent decision to place plaintiff on suicide watch constitutes cruel and unusual punishment. BOP's efforts to protect plaintiff belie any claims of cruel and unusual punishment, as BOP is trying to ensure plaintiff's reasonable safety while in the MDC custody. All right, so, but even if plaintiff claims that he is not suicidal at present, numerous district courts have explained that temporary placement on suicide watch, when not necessary, does not implicate a liberty interest protected. Hold on. Hey, information man. What's up, puppy?
Hey, how you doing?
Say
I
hello
just
to
want.
Miss Esquire.
Hey, Miss Esquire, the Empower Esquire. Good to see you, sister. I've been listening. I can't stay long, but I just wanted to say everything that you're talking about. I do this for a living. So everything that you're talking about in these documents here is what I do in my capacity in California. We incarcerate more people than anywhere else in California. And we have various laws in California to protect inmates in terms of providing them mental health treatment if they're able to prove that they have mental health problems. And normally you have, as you were saying before, you have psychologists who do the psychological evaluations of these individuals. And then they will have to meet with a psychiatrist to evaluate whether they would need medication, something to keep them a little bit, keep them stable. I know here in California, we have what we call crisis units, where you send guys out to crisis units to assess them for 10 days or more. Okay. And then if they're worse than that, then they'll be sent to a acute unit. So if Art Kelly has legitimate mental health problems, he will be heavily evaluated. And of course, they're going to put him on suicide watch, because anytime a guy, whether he's faking the symptoms or not, anytime a guy at my job says that he's suicidal, even when we know that he's manipulating, because a lot of guys will use suicide ideations as a way to manipulate their housing. So Art Kelly could very well be doing this to see if he can to see if he can be sent to another prison or environment that's a lot easier. So if you can go with the mental health card, they may see you as mental health defender, and therefore they'll put you in a prison or a unit in a prison away from general population or away from certain people who might want to do harm to Art Kelly, because there are guys in prison who certainly are not fans of what he has done when it comes to women. Of course, you're going to have some that are going to be star-stricken, but in prison, the way it usually works, these guys are going to try to use Art Kelly for his fame and popularity to get resources out of him, right? Right. So that's another thing that can happen in prison, or guys may want to harm him. Therefore, it might be in Art Kelly's best interest to play up his mental health issues to get into a better environment for his own personal safety. Now, we cannot deny the fact that anytime you're looking at spending the rest of your life in prison, the moment you go into a prison environment, by default, you are going to eventually become depressed and stressed. Even if we see R. Kelly as a horrible person and doing what he did to those women, it does not negate the fact that he is experiencing some stress and some stress from this experience, because this is a man that was used to doing whatever he wanted to do, right? Money,
Right.
cars, women, and everyone was at his beck and call. When now when
Yes.
you're in prison, you're at the beck and call of the officer, of the system,
right.
even those that are inside the prison with you. So
Right, he's not used to that stuff.
he's not used to it. So therefore, he is going to experience a certain level of depression,
Right.
and a certain level of anxiety. A lot of times with the guys that I deal with, when we meet with them one-to-one, they're talking about they have anxiety, they're hearing voices. And one of their biggest anxieties is that they're always concerned about their environment and someone harming them and doing harm to them.
Right.
So Art Kelly could actually be legitimate in his concerns, right? Or he could be faking. Then
could-
his
right.
lawyers, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. You're right. He could be faking because he does a lot of that. Mhm.
Right. Or his lawyers are trying to use this this position that, they're doing undue harm to him by putting him under suicide watch. It's making him look bad. It's doing this to our client and what have you. So the bottom line is to make him look as sympathetic and to make him look as human as possible, because the last article that I read, and I don't know if you touched on this, prior to Kelly being sentenced, he was name dropping people like Whitney Houston and Michael Jackson and saying how the whole trial made him look like a monster and unhuman. And the goal is to make, I would think, with the counselor on the here, I would hope she would agree with me. You want to make your plaintiff look as human as possible and not as a monster.
Yeah.
So we have to be honest. His lawyers are doing what they're doing is in his best interest to make him look as human as possible and to take out of your mind that what he did is a monster by saying, look, R. Kelly is being mistreated in the prison.
Right.
Look, the way they depicted him, the judge depicted him as this monster. The whole case was jaded from start to
He was
the end.
railroaded.
Right. So you have to put that on to see if there's a way to see if he can get a better, because he's not coming back out, ladies and
He's
gentlemen.
not.
But
He's
what
not.
you want to do for your client, in my opinion, is that you want to give him the best possible environment to do his time, maybe as less time as he can do, or get it reduced, make him look as a sympathetic figure. And if the mental health works for him, they may consider sending him to a prison that is not as dangerous. Because you got to watch out for those New York jails and those facilities out there, because a lot of strange things happen to people in some of those New York facilities.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Listen, they just recently had 2 times this has happened where there was a gun in the facility and they don't know where it is.
Right. A lot of strange stuff has happened. We know strange stuff happened around Epstein and his whole situation.
He killed himself in the one in Manhattan,
Well,
the facility in Manhattan.
Personally, not to get into conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
Personally, if you've done history on Epstein, he had power reaching far into government. I think the guy knew too much.
He knew way too much. Somebody killed his ass.
Yeah, just in my opinion, I don't think it was by himself. And the reason why I say this, because when we put guys on suicide watch, check this out. And this is probably what they have for Kelly. And if they're not doing this, they're not following proper protocol. When you put someone on suicide watch, you're right. You take away items that can be used to harm themselves. Right. Then you put them in, I don't know what they have in New York, but we have these things called suicide smocks. You put them in a smock. We call it a Barney Rubble for short.
That they did put him in a smock, a suicide smock.
So he's in a green smock. You strip him out. We call it stripping him out. He can't have any sharps. He can't have anything to do harm to himself. And he is evaluated by a doctor. Medical doctors come and check on him, as well as a psychiatrist every day.
Yeah, that's what they were saying in him. They were saying that.
Mm-hmm. Then you have, okay. let me just make this mention here. Then you have nurses or someone who has to do rounds every so many minutes to go down and check on him. Now, another thing, not only do you have rounds where they check on all the other inmates in the vicinity, when you have a person on suicide watch, we have it in California, we put them on a 1-to-1. What is a 1-to-1? You might have a nurse, a CNA, some medical personnel that will be at his door. No. They'll fit. Yeah, you're right. physically at his door in
I
a
had
chair, standing right next to his cell door,
Yes.
observing him, making
Yes.
sure that if he's sleeping, that it is because he's sleeping. And then what they're supposed to do when they do the rounds is they're supposed to chart every time they go down and check on him, and the person puts their name and the time. This is the reason why the situation with Epstein, I believe, was foul play, because none of those officers were able to identify what happened, and all of a sudden video that they had went missing.
Like,
right.
It was a lot.
So everything, and technically, when that happens, you have state auditors who come in. And when you get, and this is what's happened to me. We've had guys who have died in the past, no fault of staff. They had health issues.
Okay.
When that happens, you have auditors, independent auditors that come into your facility. They evaluate, and then they begin rolling heads. They begin firing and getting rid of people to find out if you did anything that contribute to that person taking their life or dying. Right. So it's kind of interesting that after the Epstein situation happened, that we never heard about what was the follow-up to this whole thing. Okay.
Right.
So these things happen. I remember working in California where I live. In the facility that I'm at, I used to deal with guys on death row. We have over 700 guys on death row in California, but of course they suspended corporal punishment in California. And I have worked with some high profile individuals. And I know for a fact when these individuals suddenly die, the public gets one piece of information and we know the inside information. We've had guys take their own life, but it came out in the press as something else. And I knew it was a lie just from being in the inside on these things.
Yeah, because the facility doesn't want to be blamed for none of that shit.
Right. But then when the auditors come in and they find out, okay, there was no foul play, the media runs with stories that are not always based in fact. So in the case of R. Kelly, let's just keep in mind that there may be some things that's going on with him that we'll never know.
Right.
And then there's some things that's fact, and there's some things that might be exaggerated. Yes. But I do agree that his mental health could be taking a hit, because you're looking at a man who's not ever getting out of prison. He's literally going to die. And it's basically a life sentence is what we're looking at when you look at his age.
That's right. It is, because he's 55. He's got 30 years. That means he'll do 25 years in and then 5 years supervision, right? Because he's got to do 85% of his time.
Right. And then you got to also calculate, will he survive his sentence based on the fact that there probably will be some people, depending on the institution that he's in, there'll be some people who want to do harm to him. Now, this is what they're probably going to do. Because he's high profile, he's well known, they already are going to PC him up. He'll be in protective custody. They'll make sure they'll give him a single cell in the beginning, evaluate him. They'll try to keep him away from general population and then evaluate him from there, whether he needs to be in a single cell or not.
Information man, do you think that they'll leave him in suicide watch until he gets shifted to Chicago?
Yeah, the reason why I believe that will be the case is because remember, R. Kelly still has other places to go.
Right.
And what's happening is New York, he's in the custody of New York. So they have the burden to take care of him, keep him safe, keep him alive until he can get to the other cases. I can't tell you how many times I have worked with guys who were on death row, and they committed horrible crimes, and they have tried to take their own life. And we are charged by the state to keep them alive until the state decides that they want to take their life. So in the case of R. Kelly, they're going to do everything to keep him alive so that he can see his day in court in every jurisdiction that he is being charged in.
Exactly.
But at the end of the day,
especially after what happened with Jeffrey Epstein, they're even more on it.
Right. So I would imagine that they're watching him 24 hours a day. They're evaluating him, because if something happens to R. Kelly, believe me, there's going to be a lot of noise about this. There's going to be a lot of questions. And so if you're the jurisdiction that has him in custody, you don't want this, and especially New York, because of what happened with Epstein. They don't need any more shining light on them. They don't need the feds coming in and investigating them and all this other stuff if they haven't already done that. So they don't want that kind of pressure. So we're looking at R. Kelly being watched for suicide, evaluated until such notice. But if I was a betting man, I would say that the lawyers, if they're worth their salt and gold, they should be trying to use his mental health issues to play up a better, either a shorter sentence, or maybe, if not a shorter sentence, maybe make the argument that he needs to be in a traditional state hospital. They should be talking about what happened to him. Well, I'm serious. They should be playing up.
Send him to like a local hospital or like a prisoner hospital.
Hey, well, this has happened to people in the past where they end up, the lawyers or whoever makes a very compelling argument that the client, because the mental health problems are playing a higher, the crime is secondary to the mental health problems, which are the bigger problems, which probably led him to where he is now. If they play that up to get him into more of a more cozier situation. Here in California, this has happened where you've had, I know a guy I worked with personally who took the lives of two people. I didn't know him personally, but I worked with him, took the lives of two people. He should have been in prison, but because of his chronic mental health problems and he lost his mind, they gave him a sentence to go to Napa State Hospital to do his time there because they have a forensics facility, which is a locked facility. But then he started beating up people at that facility. And as a result, they said, okay, he's got to do his time in a prison and get his mental health in a prison environment because we don't have the personnel to deal with the violence of this mentally health offender here. Okay. So if
regardless of his mental health, if he's really, really violent, they would have to put him in a prison, whatever.
But if I was Art Kelly's lawyer, and I'm not a lawyer, of course, and we know that we can't get our client out of prison walking free, I would be trying to make his time in prison, if not as minimal as possible, but as comfortable as possible for the client, meaning a more cozier, more prison, a more friendlier environment to what he did and his mental health. You don't want him being in some hardcore environment. And of course, like I said, because he is a celebrity, they don't want that type of smoke. So they're probably going to be keeping him in a single cell. But let me just say this. I did a video on one of my channels that people slept on. And remember that video where they talked about there was a white guy that he was in prison with, that they did a prison comic book. People thought that was a joke. No, it wasn't a joke. He actually was in prison. And this guy, I think they were in jail, not prison. They were in jail.
They were in the MDC together. It was the guy who the guy who shot up
some white guy that he was doing yoga with. I mean, it was kind of crazy.
I forgot the name of the guy. And he shot up. He was like a terrorist or something.
Right. And he wrote some comic book depicting that he was him, and it was
exercising and everything.
It was kind of crazy.
Yes.
Well, that was in jail, but prison is a whole ball of new wax.
Right.
So and there's more violent people in there. It's a bigger environment, more crazy things that happen. So they would want to protect him from any harm, because they have the burden of taking care of him under their custody. And if something was to happen to them, a big spotlight would be on them. So that's the best that Art Kelly can ask for and he can get, because he ain't coming out at all in this circumstance. And mental health, this is what guys usually do. All of a sudden, mental health problems.
Like it says here, it says that, as you had said, that they have in a suicide smock on Suicide Watch.
Mm-hmm.
So they have that. They're giving that to him. They're saying that, the plaintiff, R. Kelly, he's not, anything that he's saying right now has no basis, no merit, because they're doing everything that they can possible to make him feel comfortable while he's in there. But they also have to go by protocol. And Ms. can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you. And I wanted to note, by the way, hi, Info. Thanks for stopping
Hey, how
through.
you doing?
And sharing your insight with us. And I wanted to note that, as Information Man was saying, some defense use this to their benefit, which is what we've been discussing. But what we're hearing is that R. Kelly wants to deny this. He wants to say there's absolutely nothing wrong with him psychologically, and that he shouldn't be on suicide watch, which is why we were saying, why does he want to deny it? Why does he not want to use that to his advantage?
Right.
Well, Counselor Esquire, what also happens with people when they are having mental breakdowns or they're having stress is there's a denial. I can't tell you how many guys that I deal with who are in denial of their conditions. They'll be in denial of it. So you got to understand, and you already know this, that we're dealing with a man of high narcissistic personality. He has a personality disorder. Yes. And people who have personality disorders are highly narcissistic. They feel very highly high about themselves, and anything that is a chip to their armor by you saying, hey, you're mentally ill, you have a problem, and they don't see it that way, you're chipping at their armor. You're sliding them down, and their personality will not allow them to accept something that they feel that they are beyond. So maybe R. Kelly, like I said, he's been out here for years, cars, women, money. He's been used to everything being at his fingertips. And now he's in a situation where he doesn't have that. And I think he's in denial, and he could be in denial of whatever is wrong with him. Now, maybe he's right. But then at the same time, as you said, it doesn't make sense, because to me, it doesn't make sense, because if he was to use that to his advantage, he could get a better situation, if you could even call that, in prison than what he's going to get. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. And I wanted to note, someone in the chat, I think it was Rocking with the Truth, she said his lawyer is worried about the wrong thing too. I agree, but I have to add this caveat. So remember, Bojo is being paid, right? Like, she's actually being paid. She's not doing it for free. And she's being paid by R. Kelly. So she may, in her personal quiet time, think this whole thing is ridiculous. She may. But she may just be doing it because her client has requested that she do so.
Yes. Let me tell you something. Greenberg complained about R. Kelly not listening. He does not want to listen. This is his biggest problem. His lawyers before this, his old team, tried talking to him and doing strategy things with him, and he was being very difficult. That's one of the reasons why Greenberg quit, besides the fact that the other attorneys were fighting with Greenberg about who's going to be doing the opening and who's going to do the closing and who's going to be the one who's going to cross-examine, and all these things, all these egos were getting in the way, including R. Kelly's ego.
Right. Well, I think the counselor said it. She can say it better than I can. You try to work in behalf of what your client wants. You give them advice. You try to give them insight into what could go right and wrong for them. And sometimes a client is going to be bullhit. I just think his narcissistic personality is getting in the way of interfering with what his lawyers can actually do for him. We just got to remember that it's Art Kelly. I don't know how much of the shots he's calling, but if this is the case, I think this plays into the fact that this man thinks that he can do whatever he wants.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, maybe he doesn't realize he's hurting his own case. He's blinded by his own ego.
Blinded by his own ego. I agree with that.
Possibly that's what's going on here. But I'm going to get off the panel and continue listening. I got a few things I got to do here at home.
While you're at it, before you leave, drop your link in the chat so everyone who's here that's not following you can follow you. He has his own show, guys. I love his show. Please go and subscribe to his channel.
Oh, no problem at all. And thank you for letting me come up. It's really good to be up here with the Empire Esquire. I have a lot of respect for this sister and what she's been doing. Yes. But this is I did a video, my last video that I'm doing on R. Kelly on my podcast channel, talking about the reasons why there's a lesson to learn from R. Kelly. And I want to throw this on you, on both of you. Empire Esquire did the video with me, very successful video. We had a lot of people come on the panel. I talked to her and she gave us really excellent information legally about the Kelly case when he was convicted. And of course I had a panel and people came up and gave all these different weird excuses, particularly a lot of men and even women. Oh no, this is a hoax. Why did he get RICO Act? Why did he get this and that?
I remember that. I was there.
Right. You were there. And the question I asked in the video, and everyone should look at this, is that if R. Kelly was not a R&B star, he didn't have real estate in our heads in terms of his music and growing up listening to his music and his videos and all this fame and being involved and being a fan of these people and their music, which fan is just another word for fanatic.
Right.
If R. Kelly was just a regular, everyday dude in the community doing what he did to women, no stardom, no nothing, no money, and he didn't use real estate in your brain with his music, what people who think that he was railroaded be rocking with R. Kelly? If he had touched your daughter, and if he wasn't a star, what you be saying, let's take this man down? I think there are black people in particular who are in support of R. Kelly because they are caught up in his celebrity. They are caught up in his music and how the music made them feel. And they grew up with him and he has permeated in their brain, and they find an excuse for the things that he did because of his celebrity. Yet if he was just a regular dude walking down the street and did this, we would be ready to take out the pitchforks against him. That is a problem in our community. We are too celebrity and symbolism straitened or taken back by it.
That's right. I agree.
But have a great rest of the show. Thank you.
You too. Thank you, Information Man. I love your advice. Thank you so much for coming up. You know, you're welcome anytime.
Okay. The Empire Esquire, you take care too, sister. Love you.
Wow. So Information Man, that's the Information Man, guys. Please go subscribe to his channel. I'm going to see if I can find his channel real quick. And put his link in there. Also, Miss Esquire's link as well. Let me, hold on, guys. I'm going to get it here. Okay. It's that I follow so many people. Oh my God. All right, I think I got it here. Let's see. All right, Information Man show. How do I? Okay, I don't know how to. All right, I'm gonna have to probably just go to his video. Give me a second. Okay, there it goes. He dropped his link. I took too long.
Are you watching Westworld in the background?
Can you put your link in there too, Miss Esquire? I didn't hear you if you were talking, mommy. You just got on now.
Oh, I was asking if you're watching Westworld in the background because I hear.
That's my husband. And she dropped out. That's my husband watching the show. Right? What are you watching, puppy? What are you watching? You don't know? Yes, Westworld. He is watching it. Yes, he is. That's my husband watching that. So, Miss Esquire, when you get a chance, put your link in the chat, Miss Esquire. Yes, my husband is watching Westworld, mommy.
Yeah, what did you say about Westworld?
Yes, my husband is watching it.
Oh my gosh, I love that show.
He just started getting into
so
it.
good.
He just started getting
It's
it.
so
see,
good.
David,
It's like
good. It's a good show, puppy. Yeah, my husband likes to binge watch shows and stuff like that too. So he just started it. He's on season 1, episode 1. He just started it.
Oh wow, he's gonna love it.
Miss Esquire said you're gonna love it.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, so basically they're saying that he's got, in conclusion, for the foregoing reasons, the government respectfully requests that the court deny plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction and grant such other and further reliefs as this court deems just and proper. The government respectfully reserves the right to supplement this emergency briefing, as well as to raise additional defenses and arguments in its anticipated motion to dismiss following proper service of the complaint.
Yes, motion denied. Turn the rice.
He wants me to go turn the rice. Guys, I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right, all right. All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Had to handle that real quick. All right, so now, this is document number 4, and this was brought out on July 2nd as well. And this is the declaration of the Assistant U.S. Attorney, Melanie Spite. Melanie, an attorney duly admitted to practice in the Eastern District of New York, declares pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1746 under penalty of perjury that the following is true and correct. I am an assistant United States Attorney of Counsel to Breon Peace, United States Attorney, Eastern District of New York, attorney for defendants, and I am familiar with the facts in the instant case. Attached hereto as Exhibit A is a true and correct copy of the BOP program statement 5324.08 Suicide Prevention Program. This document is publicly available at the BOP policy. And he's showing the exhibit to the program statement for the Suicide Prevention Program. So he put in the rules that were ineffective as of March 15th of 2007. So in here, they put the scope of the rules. So that was his exhibit. So he put in all of that. Okay. I'm really not going to get into all that. That's a lot. And then they also have the declaration of Andrea Reddy. And it says that in accordance with provisions of Section 1746 of Title 28, United States Code 1, the undersigned Andrea Reddy do hereby make the following declaration under penalty of perjury pertinent to the above styled case. I am currently employed by the United States government, Federal Bureau of Prisons, as the psychological technician at the MDC in Brooklyn, New York. As a member of the psychological services staff, I have reviewed plaintiff's psychological records relating to his placement and continuation on suicide watch. A staff psychologist conducted an in-person assessment of plaintiff on June 29, 2022. This assessment was completed upon plaintiff's return to the MDC following his sentencing proceeding in the Eastern District of New York. Plaintiff received 30-year sentence. As part of the assessment conducted on June 29, 2022, psychological staff considered several impartially, she said that to me earlier and I can't, validated factors commonly associated with risk of self-harm and suicide. These factors are broken into three categories: static, dynamic, and protective. All right, so then she's explaining what those are. The staff psychologist considered all three categories of factors in relation to plaintiff's June 29th assessment. The staff psychologist, having considered these factors, determined that suicide watch was clinically indicated for the plaintiff. A doctor from psychology department has met with plaintiff to conduct in-person evaluations at least daily since the start of his suicide watch. During these evaluations, the doctor makes determination whether suicide watch remains clinically indicated. Based on these evaluations and observations of plaintiff's conduct and safety, psychologists have authorized plaintiff to have particular items, including comfort items and personal effects. Doctors may continue to authorize additional items on a gradual basis based on their assessment of plaintiff's safety needs and risk level. At present, based on clinical assessment, plaintiff remains on suicide watch for his own safety. A doctor or doctors from the psychology department will continue to monitor plaintiff daily for the duration of his suicide watch. Plaintiff is authorized to have legal visits at this time and has been since June 29th. Pursuant to the provisions of 28 U.S.C. 1746, I declare under penalty that the foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge. Miss Reddy. And that is the end of that. So they're keeping him on suicide watch.
That's the end? All right.
Point blank, period.
That's the end? My volume's going up.
No, not yet.
Oh, my volume's going up. Fucking 3 hours.
Now I'm going to drop the link for anyone who would like to come up and have something to say.
Good night.
Shut up, David. Anybody want to come on real quick? You can come on. I just dropped the link. Anybody has some questions for Miss Esquire? That would be awesome. If you have any questions in general, or you just want to have something to say. I'm going to give you guys a couple of minutes.
Eva, I'm going to stay on for about the next 10 minutes or so.
Yes, ma'am.
So if anyone has any questions for me, they might want to hurry it up.
Yes, let's go. Tick, tick, tick. Anybody got anything to say? Other than that, I'm probably just gonna close this live, y'all. Okay. I might just play a video for you guys to take you guys out with real quick. Which I had found to be very interesting. And I thought that you guys would be entertained with this video. I'm going to put the channel link in here in the chat as well. If you guys can, please go follow, share, and subscribe to the channel. Okay.
Oh, everybody is
Okay. So anybody want to come up and ask Miss Esquire a question? If not, she will be leaving us. Anybody? Anybody going once? Going twice? Sold. I'm surprised nobody wants to come up here and say anything. All right. Well, thank you, Miss Esquire, honey, for coming up. That was very unexpected of you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You already know, Mama Love.
No problem. Love you much. I'm gonna go walk the doggy. Bye-bye, everyone.
Say hi, Max. All right, Mama, enjoy. Thank you so much, Miss Esquire. Yes, guys. So please, if Miss Esquire, can someone put Miss Esquire's link in the chat, please? Please go follow her channel as well as Mr. Information Man. Thank you, guys. I love you too. All right. So I found this video, okay? And it was very interesting. It's from a tarot card reader. I don't know if you guys are into that kind of stuff, but I found it very interesting, the way she read. She was very, very on point with a lot of her stuff, talking about R. Kelly being sentenced for 30 years. So I'm going to put the video link in the chat here. I want you guys to please go subscribe to her channel, like the video. It's called R. Kelly 30 Years of Dark Secrets Tarot Reading. And the name of the channel is Magical Flowers Tarot. Okay? And she does tarot readings. So I thought this would be interesting, guys. So I'm going to take you guys out with this video. Okay.
Didn't really come as a surprise to me, given the fact that he, unusually enough.
What the hell? Wait a minute. That's not it. What just happened here? Hold on. What just happened here? Went to the wrong video? Oh, yeah, it did. What the heck? Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Let's try it again. Okay. All right, let's try this again. Okay.
Love y'all so much. Thank you for continuing to support Mama Magical. Y'all already know how much I love y'all, so I ain't got to make it long and drawn out. Shout out to my new subscribers. Welcome to the gang. Make sure you like, subscribe, and share. I definitely do personal readings. You can reach me at www.magicalflowerstarot.com, or for all readings regarding my YouTube channel, you can definitely email me at magicalflowerstarot@yahoo.com. Gang, yes, Mama Magical has seen the news. Child. Okay, so first of all, was y'all expecting R. Kelly to get 30 years? Oh my God, that is crazy, right? So I ain't got no comments either way. This is going to be an unbiased reading. So definitely check out my other R. Kelly videos, because I see y'all asking in the questions about Aaliyah and all of that. So I've already read on all of those things. So I'm going to link those videos down in the comments for you, and I'm going to pin them at the top. So make sure y'all watch them other videos too. So this ain't going to be no long reading, y'all. I went through y'all questions. I cherry picked through them.
Child, listen, I ain't gonna say cherry pick through them. I basically wrote all y'all questions down, but including some of my own that I wanted to throw in the mix. But anyway, y'all, without further ado, y'all already know how I am, how I do. I'm gonna jump into this reading, and I'm gonna start off this reading by tapping into R. Kelly's energy and just say how he's feeling right now, his mental status, his lawyers, his family, his ex-wife, his children, other people in the industry, the women that were involved. I'm gonna get to all of that, y'all. So let's jump into this reading. Robert Kelly, Robert Kelly, Robert Kelly, R. Kelly, R. Kelly, R. Kelly. So, Spirit, how is R. Kelly currently feeling? What is the energy that surrounds him? How is his spirit, Spirit? Spirit, show me how R. Kelly is currently feeling in this moment. How is he feeling, Spirit? Show us. How is R. Kelly feeling? Robert Kelly, Robert Kelly, Robert Kelly. I feel like he's scared, y'all. He didn't think. And he had like two, I swear, I keep thinking about that song, Life. Y'all remember that song, Life? Y'all know. Oh, he feeling so unlucky. I told y'all, he did not plan. He did not know it was going to go this way. 10 of Swords. Y'all, listen. R. Kelly did not see this shit coming. He did not know that it was going to go like this. I'll tell you that much. But y'all already see right here the devil, right? So the devil represents, it can represent sex addiction, pornography. Look at these two naked girls right here. It can represent obsessive behavior, just dark behavior, things that usually very reckless behavior that not only can affect you, but the people around you. And that thing, I said that thing. This is the Ace of Wands. Y'all already know. Listen, I already told y'all in my previous readings. Ace of Wands, to most of us tarot readers, means big dick or penis, however you want to say it. If you want to be politically correct. But Ace of Wands, it's his sex addiction, y'all. That's what it is. Young women, 2 girls. He feel like it's over for him. He feel like his life is over, y'all. 10 of Swords. Everything is off balance in his life right now. He's fucked up. His world is literally turned upside down. But don't get it twisted. R. Kelly is he is the gatekeeper. He is a secret holder. He knows everybody's secrets. Y'all think he go sing like a canary? And not only this, to me, this speaks on the women that was involved, but it also speaks on the people that R. Kelly knew that was also involved. His friends that did shit too. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, the gatekeeper. He knows everybody's deep, dark secrets. He's thinking about all these things, y'all. The magician. Y'all already know. So, of course, whether you feel like he did this stuff or not, there was people behind the scenes that made sure that his ass went down. The lovers. The young women he dealt with, the people that he was with. And what's interesting to me is when I see the lovers and the devil. If you look at these 2 cards, these 2 images, they're pretty much the same. Look at the images on these cards. This can represent a very, very risque energy between people. Like I said, very, very dark, risky, sex bondage, type. Look at these people, look at these girls just bonded. And I also feel like this is speaking on the soul ties. I'm sorry, I'm speaking a little fast. This is representing the soul ties that he had with these girls too. You know what I mean? It was a soul tie. It was not about love. It was about sex addiction, that yearning, that deep feeling, and deep in his growing. He couldn't help some of the things that he did. But this is powerful. This is a very powerful combination when you see this. It's almost like when you get the sun and the moon together. Out of luck. And I feel like this is him sitting in his cell too. 4 of Wands. His foundation is ruined, y'all. Everything. manipulation, sneakiness, all of that type of shit. Other people, the people that got away with it, the people that who he was companions with, the people who he was friends with that got away with this shit unscathed. Woo, this is a lot of energy, y'all. Knight of Swords, his mind is racing. His mind is all over the place. Like he literally feels like he is just not even real, y'all. Three of Cups. These are people celebrating his fate, his sentencing. These are the women that are celebrating it, the families that are celebrating it, the families who are innocent and didn't have any, involvement. It's the people that are celebrating what has happened to him. I'm gonna pull one more. King of Wands, this is him. The King of Wands is very sexual, very handsome, very talented, very what is the word? Like I always say, charismatic. A lot of people watching him, a lot of attention. This is him. King of R&B. Is he regretful? Is he regretful at all? What is this? Wow, he gonna keep trying to defend himself. Seven of Wands against the world. He would not be going anywhere anytime soon with that world upside down. Ace of Cups. Where's the love? The Moon. Look at them more. Two naked ladies again. Knight of Wands. Queen of Pentacles. This is him losing all of his catalog to his music. That's what Spirit is telling me. Seven of Pentacles. Was it worth it? Was it worth what I did? He is in deep thought about a lot of the decisions that he made over the years. Pentacles represents years and his money. All of his investments that he's done. He feels betrayed. He feels heartbroken. Even and I know some of y'all like how this man can feel betrayed, but he feels betrayed because, like I told y'all before, there was others involved and they did not stand up for him the way that he thought they were. You see these tears? He is crying. He is torn. He is broken. The Tower. The Tower. Y'all see what it is? This is a tower moment for this man. More women. This is a talent. This is a tower. I said talent. Oh my God. Yes, Spirit, speak to me. His talent, y'all. But this is a tower moment. This is a tower moment in his life. It's like he's shocked. The tower represents shocks and surprises. He didn't mean for it to go this way. But his actions manifested this. Just confused at a crossroads in his life. The Hangman. Upside down. Everything is turned upside down. Pentacles, his career, everything. There you go. The Justice. Somewhere inside of him, he feels like the judge, the judicial system did him wrong. Whether you feel like how he can feel this way, this man don't know how to feel, y'all. I don't even see no regret here, but I see deep thoughts. I see he feel like he should have did things the wrong way. But I'm gonna keep pulling. Sacrifice. I knew it. Like I said, there are other people involved. He is just the one, similar to like Bill Cosby. He had to take one for the team. Just put it like that. Y'all already seen what Epstein did, right? Is that how you say his name? He took himself out. Where his lawyer's confident? What's his lawyer's confident, Spirit? Was his lawyers confident that R. Kelly would win this case? That he would walk away a free man? Were they truly confident? With justice being on his side. In his vindication, were they confident? Was his legal teams confident? Deep down inside. There you go. They had some confidence. They really did. They knew the odds was definitely against him because the Queen of Wands is here. So they knew he was up against a heavy fight, but they still have some confidence. It's a lot of people that hate R. Kelly, Queen of Wands. So they knew that like I said, here it go. It's a lot of people that was against R. Kelly behind the scenes that hated him, and they was going to make sure that he went down this time. His lawyers knew that, but they still tried to have that confidence. But see this big old this big dick in this. Y'all know that I'm not going to go there. Anyway, this is representing R. Kelly in his sex addiction. Again, King of Wands, y'all already know. But they felt like they did have some type of solid, what's the word I'm looking for? not like a solid case, but they definitely felt like they had something that was at least going to lessen his time a little bit. Queen of Pentacles. The moon. That moon, that motherly energy. The two naked ladies, the divine feminine energy. The women that he was drawn to. This keeps coming up for a reason. But, I mean, a lawyer is going to always try to feel like they're going to find a loophole. You got to have confidence or you ain't going to win your case. Whether especially when you're a defense lawyer, when you know that your client has all of the odds stacked against him. But they still had belief. And that's why I feel like that R. Kelly is so discombobulated. It's like I said, I feel his energy of confusion. How does his ex-wife feel, Andrea Kelly? How does his ex-wife feel? How does his ex-wife feel? I'm gonna get to Jay-Z too, y'all. Just hold tight. I know what y'all, Mama Magic will know what y'all want. How does Andrea Kelly feel right now? A burden has been lifted off of her. She feels shocked about the situation, but she also feel like, okay, we've been waiting, we've been anticipating, this sentencing is here. At least we know what's going to happen, because the build up, the anticipation was so strong with her, but she's still going to defend her name, boundaries. She ain't going to let y'all try to say she had anything to do with it, but we going to get to that. Page of Wands, it's time for a new beginning with her, she feel. Three of Pentacles, she don't talk to him though. Look at this, shame, guilt, and regret. So it's something in her background, y'all. Like I said, we're going to get to that. Page of Swords. So she been, Hollywood. See, Andrea Kelly knows the game. She knows the higher up. She knows whatever y'all want to call it. Y'all already know when I see the Hierophant, that is Hollywood to me. But this is also representing the foundation. The base and the traditional meaning of the Hierophant, as I tell y'all all the time, is about home. It's about morals. It's about culture, background, religion, your belief, your upbringing. It's like how we was raised. All of this. This is home. So this is their children down here at the bottom. So all of that. But that's also Hollywood. Don't get it fucking twisted. And she knew that those higher ups, the Page of Swords, they were watching him intensely. They were going to make sure that this man went down. Page of Swords also represents a snitch. Somebody told on this man. I told y'all, she knew he was going to go down. But there's some guilt. There's some regret. There's some shame. This is regret about the past. Five of Cups when we see that. Four of Pentacles. So it's time for her to continue to build herself up. But she's going to stand on her innocence too. This is what this is talking about as well. I told y'all it's time for a new beginning. Page of Pentacles, to build herself up, to try to move past this situation the best way that she can. Does she know anything about R. Kelly and his behaviors? Does she have any earthly idea? Because some people be like, how in the hell she did? We the people knew about it. You slept with him and had kids and married him, and you didn't know anything? Not even the rumors since the 90s. Did she know anything about R. Kelly and his promiscuous behavior with underage women? Was she a witness to his spirit? Ooh, what's this? Was she a witness? Enlightenment, the hangman. So she knew something. That's part of the reason why she walked away. Eight of Cups. That ended there. I'm not going to say she walked away, but that was the reason for the departure. A lot of it has to do with them deep secrets that was happening. Over it. I told y'all, Four of Cups. She was done with it. She had to walk away at one point. She wasn't the strength. That's her weakness. She was weak for him. She was vulnerable. She was caught up in a whirlwind. Here's a Leo. I told y'all she was caught up. She was really weak for him mentally. She was bonded. Bondage. This is what represents bondage, but it's not true bondage. Eight of Swords is not true bondage. It just feels like it. Five of Wands. She knew. She knew. Look about all these other women. She had a clue about it. I ain't gonna say how. Let's see. She knew he wasn't gonna change. There it goes. She knew. Look at them. And she knew. And when I see Knight of Pentacles reverse, and the devil, she knew she couldn't stop him either. She knew that she couldn't stop what he was doing. I feel like when I see the devil, it looked like he down in a dungeon with women, right? She had to end it though. She had to get away from the situation. But she definitely knew, and she knew that it was not going to end. It was nothing that she could do about it. King of Wands. Look at the children. Page of Cups, her kids. She had to get out. Red flag, babies, young children. Y'all see this. sadness, depression, unhappiness. Very negative card. Manipulation was in the mix too. And I feel like she manipulated her story too. She knew more than what she claimed. Knight of Wands. A lot of sex, y'all. I feel like she was scared too. I feel nervousness from her. How does her brothers feel? How does R. Kelly's brothers feel? How does Robert Kelly's brothers feel? For anybody that's seen the documentary, y'all seen that they was very vocal when it came to his situation, you know, throughout that documentary. And I even recall, I haven't seen it in so long, that his brother was saying like, you know, he just liked young women. Almost like, you know, it wasn't no big deal. No, young women and young girls, that's two different things, my boy. How does his brothers feel? This causing a strife in the family, y'all. It's causing strife. People bumping heads over this. A burden too. Another burden being uplifted. Like I said, a lot of people anticipated this, but they knew eventually King of Swords that the truth was gonna come out. It was gonna come to light. Six of Pentacles, being paid, sneakiness, a sacrifice. So they know that their brother had to take the L. They know that R. Kelly was the sacrificial lamb. Not to say that he was innocent, but they knew someone had to go down for something. They knew that. And they knew about his lifestyle, of course. Ten of Cups, this represents family, his brothers. That's what we're speaking on. Money. All that's over with. But I feel like they still support him in a sense, especially with this Six of Pentacles, the spirit of charity and giving. The past, Six of Cups, their childhood, nostalgia, memories, their house, where they grew up at. This is represent his family, his past. This is the family energy of his brothers. So they're definitely bumping heads. Nine of Swords, a lot of people fucked up. But this is represents deep mental issues. And I feel like it runs through the family. How does his kids feel? How does R. Kelly's children feel? Ooh, How does, look at that, High Priestess, deep, dark, occult, secrets, occult. Like I said, I'm seeing like people in a dungeon, sex. Y'all already know how I'm going to say about something. Y'all know I'm going to say something about Eyes Wide Shut. Look at this. His daughter. His daughter. His daughters have been plagued by this for so long, y'all. Depressed children, his daughter, unhappiness, red flags, sadness. I told y'all, the Magician. Things are about to change in their life too. Look, Eight of Cups, they're not going to talk to their father. They're done with him. I feel like they've been done with him. Weak. This has got them to their knees, y'all. Could y'all imagine the strife in the family, another burden being lifted? They were tired. Them babies was tired. This has been plaguing their life for a long time, and it's definitely caused separation between him and his children. They don't mess with him at all. I feel like his children are on their own spiritual journey as well. Has his industry friends reached out? Has any of his industry friends reached out in support? Has any of his industry friends reached out in support, Spirit? Yeah. Like I said, I don't feel like he's completely alone in the situation, although he feels like it. There's people that has reached out to him. But he know he can't trust most of them. They snakes. Just trying to be nosy, trying to report back and snitch. You know, so he can't trust nobody because he knows that people are just trying to get close to him to report on him. Knight of Pentacles, it ain't no love for him. Knight of Pentacles, his communication with the industry has severely slowed. This even means like completely stopped. Like he really don't got nobody like that, y'all. Alone. You see, this person is alone. And although, like I said, a few people reach out, he think they all snakes. He don't believe that there's no more real love for him. They just snitching to go back to to report. Knight of Swords, King of Swords represent a coldness too. A coldness from his friends. Do some of the women attempt to some of the women that he were involved with, some of the young women, do they attempt to still reach out to him, even if it's through someone else? Do any of the quote unquote victims of R. Kelly, Robert Kelly, attempt to still reach out to him? There they go. The two women, divine feminine energy. Let me make sure y'all can see these cards. The star, this is him. The star has fallen, y'all. This is him. This is the two women. These women and him. Queen of Cups, they deep in their feelings. These women are emotionally fucked up and unstable as well. They go to young, there it goes, Spirit, keep talking to me. Page of Cups. They're very unsatisfied. Some of them still care for him, quote unquote care. Five of Swords. There they go. Four of Wands, yes, they definitely still do. Young women, young children. They feel like they was a family with him. They have been groomed. They have been with him for so long, and they are so unhappy. Look, the phone. I told y'all, Ten of Swords, but they know it's over. Have they investigated the parents of some of these victims? Have they investigated the parents of some of the victims? Because I know a lot of people be like, well, what about the parents? Y'all sold y'all kids out. You know, y'all knew what the rumors were. Y'all knew what was going on. Why was y'all, not in the studio? Why was y'all allowing them to live with him and spend the night? Where's the accountability at? Oh, they parents is sneaky as fuck. Them is some conniving, low down ass, dirty, filthy ass parents who sold their kids out. And I said it, Four of Pentacles, and they stubborn with their story. They sticking to it. They like, we just thought we were giving our daughter an opportunity. Lies, Ace of Swords, lies, judgment, reverse, bad judgment, bad character, a bad call on the parents' fault. Look at these souls, these kids, these naked bodies. Pay attention, y'all. They were in cahoots with the shit. This is a deal. This is a friendship. They had a friendship with R. Kelly. They knew what was going on. And this is them trying to come up with stuff quick in their mind racing. How are we going to maintain our innocence? And there you go. Come speak. Keep speaking to us, Spirit, because they emotionally fucked up too. Red flag. Baby. Children. Red flag. Y'all see what it is. So I feel like they have questioned them, but they tried to stand on their innocence so solidly, so stubbornly. So we'll see how it play out, y'all. I heard he has 2 more cases coming up, so we'll see. Will R. Kelly attempt to keep fighting for his innocence? Or has he given up? Will he continue to fight for his innocence? I just saw a peek of the 5 of Cups too, y'all. Regret and guilt. He's defeated right now, y'all. He feels so defeated. Look, 6 of Swords. Painful. His legacy, the Justice, reverse. The World. He feels so defeated, y'all. So in his mind right now, he ain't even thinking about continuing to fight. He is in shock. Do y'all understand? Can y'all imagine a judge telling you that you have 30 years and this is not even over with? You still got 2 more cases. You don't know what to think. But I do feel like, of course, as he moves forward, I mean, he's just not going to just completely plead guilty. 5 of Wands. He's going to attempt to, but right now, he is feeling defeated. His legacy, his family, all the things that he put into himself, the investments, his longevity in the game, it is over. Right in front of the world, he fell down. Could he possibly receive more time in the future trial, Spirit? Will R. Kelly possibly receive more time? Show us in his future court cases. Will he receive more time on top of his time, Spirit? These other women, they going hard on him. Oh yeah, nine of pentacles, he ain't going nowhere. Six of wands reverse, four of pentacles stuck. Pentacles, time, years. The empress, them women are going in on him. He can try to fight, but you see this opportunity, this ace of pentacles reverse is lost. And when I see these pentacles, especially this knight of pentacles, he ain't going nowhere, y'all. Look at these years. He ain't going nowhere. Years on top of years. And it's like when I see the ace of pentacles, where is it? Y'all see how the hand was. They handed it to his ass year after year. Years on years. On top of years. What are you telling other people? Will R. Kelly tell on other people? Has he told on other people? Will he tell on other people? Will R. Kelly tell on other people? Will he tell on the other people that were involved? Look at this, 3 of Cups. R. Kelly is doing his time. It don't matter if he tell. He still did what he did. He still gonna get them years, y'all. But I feel like 3 of Cups is representing the other people involved. It's so many celebrating his, quote unquote demise, but this is representing the other people involved. Queen of Pentacles. I feel like at this point, he don't feel like it's worth it. They got too much evidence stacked up against him. I believe that they offered that to him. They questioned him. 6 of Wands, but I just don't see it. I don't see it. Look at all this. That man is not going anywhere. 2 of Wands reverse. He don't plan on it. He feel like, what's the point? Fuck everybody. They eventually get theirs too. Because them getting theirs is not going to stop him from getting his. I hope that makes sense. Is there anything else I wanted to ask? Will R. Kelly do the majority of his time, Spirit? Will R. Kelly do the majority of his time? I told y'all he's not going nowhere anytime soon. Look at them. I told them women is on his ass, y'all. The Empress study coming up. They are on his ass. The sun reverse. Ain't no sunshine, y'all. He won't be in this free world for a long time. I feel like 4 of Wands also is representing. We know what it means traditionally, but I feel like this is him just locked away in his cell away. See how the city is in the background? No sun. I have heard people get out of jail and be like, I don't know when the last time I seen the sun shine this way. He's not, y'all. The 4 reverse. His time is just it was fate for him. Judgment. That judge everybody. Look at them women. They not letting up. These people have formed alliances together, groups, all kind of stuff to make sure that this man goes down for life. Look at this, 5 of Pentacles. He ain't going nowhere. Ooh, child.
R. Kelly ain't never getting out.
I'm about to wrap this read up. I'm just pull for my foul mouth deck just to see what come up so we can conclude this reading, y'all. Tell me how y'all feel in them comments. Make sure y'all don't forget also to like, share, subscribe. Also, check out my other R. Kelly videos that will be posted down below in the comment. And come to my website, www.magicalflowerstarot.com.
Go check her out, guys. Go subscribe to the channel.
It'll show us what we need to know about the surrounding R. Kelly in this situation. Y'all know my foul mouth deck don't play. Robert Kelly, Robert Kelly, Robert Kelly. Are you tired yet, dummy? It's over, y'all. Dummy, wake the fuck up. It's over with. It's time to get out of that fantasy that you was living in. This is your reality now. Let's get this fucking money. Ain't no more money. Ain't no more money. You have no fucking clue. I told y'all, it's R. Kelly. I'm not saying he didn't do what he did, but he's just the face of everything that's going on. It might work if you work at it. He thought it was. You snooze, you lose. He just had to take it. He had to take the L. You knew better than this shit. You know better than this shit. Come through. You have a real fucked up attitude. I'm gonna pull one more. Fuck those hating assholes. He's pissed, y'all. Beyond the shock, he got a lot of anger. Eat a dick. That's what them girls did. I mean, I'm not even trying to be funny, but it's time for him. You see what Spirit say? It's time to man the fuck up. I'm ending this reading, y'all. I love y'all so much. Y'all already know I pray for all of y'all all the time. I pray for y'all peace of mind, y'all wellness, y'all protection, just all of those things. And y'all be safe out here. Watch your kids, watch your family. You know, we ain't judging nobody. We want there. But listen, let me get out of here because, like I said, I don't got no comment on this. Make sure y'all comment below, y'all. Until next time, gang, y'all know Mama Magical love y'all. Ashe.
This is the Rumor Report with Angela Yee.
So, what did you think of that reading, guys? That shit was on point to the T. That was on point. And I leave you guys with that. Diva is out. Make sure you guys like, share, and subscribe to the channels that Miss Empowered Esquire TV, Mr. The Information Man Show, and as well as Magical, I forgot her name. Magical Flowers. I think her name was Magical Flowers. Magical Flowers. Go subscribe to her channel, guys. She did quite a few videos on R. Kelly. Y'all could go check those out. All right. Shout out to all of them. And shout out to you guys for those who have donated to the transcript fund. Please remember that I am collecting money for transcripts for the Chicago trial. Okay. So far we have $157, guys. Okay. We're on our way. Slowly but surely, we're on our way. All right. And please remember to like the video, guys. Thank you. And if you're not subscribed to my channel, please do so. Gracias very mucho. And if you're not part of my members only, it's $1.99. I got a couple of tiers going on there. When I get a chance, I get to do some exclusive things in there for you guys. You guys also get perks. You got little emojis that you guys can put up in there. Some Bitmojis, if you guys can. Thank you very much. Put up those Bitmojis. Show everybody what $1.99 can do to the chat. Hey, Truth Strong. Hey, Rockin'. And guys, thanks so much. What's up, Eva? What's up, Just T? What's up, Chi-Town? What's up, The Truth? Honey Bunny, what's up, baby? So, guys, just remember, okay? Like, share, and subscribe. You're very welcome. This 504, what's up, mama? Yes, guys. All right. So, don't forget, hit that like button, y'all. Subscribe and share the show, please. Please share the show. Share, share, share. And I'm going to take this out real quick and let everybody know, remind you guys, remember, I'm collecting money for the transcripts. My Cash App is $Diva Divine Light. I also have a PayPal and I also have a Zelle. If you guys want the information, you can go into the About tab of the channel. There's an About section. Go there and my information is posted there. Okay? And for all those R. Kelly groupies, And Diva Divine Light is out. Peace.